more thumbs tonight. There we go. Looks slightly more human. Ah, Legend. A very late evening to you. Hello, hello. I'm just finishing up the weekly schedule, and then I'm going to do some more work on beefcake arms. Because today, and also, first, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Legend. Like, it's been a very heavy 48 hours, and I wanted some company. Sorry, I know it's being very selfish, but, so yeah, how's things going with your good self? I hope you had a lovely weekend. I considered doing some more Plastic Duck Simulator tonight, but I want to get some more work done on beefcake arms. I've still got the whole setup ready to go, so. And Chroma, good evening to you. Hello, hello. How feckin' goes it? Oh, wait, cool. Actually, Legend, also same. We were looking after a neighbour's kid yesterday, and obviously, like, it's a 10-year-old lad, so video games were pretty much rampant. They were very excited that I let them play Tears of the Kingdom from the start, which made looking after them very, very easy, because it was just like, here, have the distraction device. But, yeah, Hookshot, Watto, and welcome. It is a weird time. But I wanted the company and the conversation while I got boring stuff done. Or at least boring stuff I can talk to you all about. I'm just working out the schedule for the week. I'm trying to decide what the Ichi zone should be next, and I feel like it should be just an unhinged Saturday. It was weird being that level of whoa on a Thursday. That was very strange. How are you all doing? And before you ask, yes, I am drinking wine out of a sippy cup covered in dogs. The scheduling of the week is always an interesting little challenge. And I don't think I could play Stonks 8900 in front of you all, because that game basically absorbed me for like 6 hours the other night. And he ended up whooped shit-faced on Saturday night. So there was that. Oh, and Hookshot, how is Lightsmith coming along? Actually, so Chroma and Legend, we did do a sponsored stream of this, but it was 1,000 years ago. Currently, I can't spell the word light, so go me. So this is Lightsmith. This is one of the projects that Hookshot's working on. Boosh. It is a fascinating little concept because it's got that whole kind of like build, craft, and survive vibe. You know, you are the new Lightsmith in what is possibly the last existing town in reality. And it is your job to rebuild the lighthouse, to push back the darkness. And it's got this real kind of, I don't know, this bleak whimsy to it at the start. The idea that this darkness has been encroaching everything. And this is the last town left. No one knows what is out there in the darkness. Maybe nothing, maybe something. And you are the new Lightsmith. It's your job to rebuild the forges, get the lights firing up again. And the survival mechanics of it are fascinating because it's how much time you have in your lantern. You can still move, but the amount that you can see gets less and less and less. So yeah. Hookshot says it's coming along well. Working on making it easier to build, be a bit more open stuff, adding some more crafting recipes and real-time systems. Okay. I mean, that sounds feckin' great. You know? I mean, I felt what we played was very early, so I don't really have any, like, sweeping comments. But Gear Graphic, Lizzie, Catastros, Watto and welcome. I was working on some boring stuff and I didn't want to be on my own, so I decided I'd come hang out with you all here. Because the thing is, now we no longer really care about what Mr. Twitch thinks of our concurrents and stuff like that. There's no reason I can't hang out with you all tonight and, like, build a Gundam, finish the schedule for the week, all of that good stuff. You know, the only reason not to stream is because Twitch's main, like, metric of success is how many people are watching concurrently, like, you know, day in, day out. But if that doesn't matter, well, we can do whatever, right? You know, the metric that matters in the longship is, can I feed my fucking family? Hookshot says, must work out how to add in-game NFT trade between villages. Fucking yo. What's been really funny is watching, I think I've mentioned this multiple times, but Chet Falazak, who's one of the people over at Stray Bombay and is the reason we've done so much stuff with the Anacrusis, has been on TikTok. And it's been so funny listening to him pull apart the NFT and blockchain crowd. Because, like, Chet's been more influential in both video game and tech than I ever will be. And that's entirely fine. But it means that he had to deal with people who were, like, really selling the tech hard. And that amuses me greatly. And Legend, if you're going to do some writing, that sounds feckin' brilliant. We can all be productive together. That's what the beverages are for. Oh, but it's been so funny listening to Chet just tearing into it. Because, I mean, it's all stuff that we know, but it's so funny. So funny. But yeah, more to the point, how are you all doing? How was your weekend? And Catastros, with the fucking chaos that is my life, you know, one of the other great things about doing these weird random night streams is I get to hang out with you and a whole bunch of people in, like, you know, European time zones. So I am happy. Yeah. Sorry, Gadastros was saying that their rig can probably run Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. That game looks gorgeous. And Lizzie finally watched The Batman tonight. God. What's his face? Mr. the Twilight gets a really hard rap of stuff. Like, that film is genuinely brilliant at times. Like, I can't say The Batman is a great film from the perspective of, like, you know, world-changing plot and performances, but visually it is one of the best examples of taking the very, very mundane and through situation and framing making it into damn near, like, supernatural. You know, I remember when we all saw the original images of the Batmobile from that particular film, and everyone was like, oh, well, that's boring and dull. It's just a big car with a roll cage, all right. But once you actually see it in play, and the idea that this is a thing that could exist, and would be fucking terrifying if it was coming after you, it was brilliant. Legend, not true. What about The Room? Oh, well, so Hookshot, this is great. If it's 3 PM for you, that's usually about the point the streams get going, so I can be more like your second screen for the day. Lizzie, you're right, they do underutilize Andy Serkis, but finding out that, oh god, the gentleman who played the Penguin in the Batman was it Robert Carlyle? It was someone I absolutely did not expect. They knock it out of the park. Sorry, friends, I haven't watched anything super interesting. I finally started watching Akagi today, not to be confused with Kaiji, which is by the same original author. Kaiji is the what if Squid Game, but like next level. And Akagi was the series that came before it, and it's about mahjong, like competitive mahjong. But it's famous in manga circles because the guy who drew it, there's no supernatural elements to Akagi. I know. Shit, I have to get this right. Because... Oh, hang on. What? I always get the names muddled up in my feckin' head because I'm a stupid. Okay, yeah, so Akagi is mahjong, Kaiji is the ultimate gambler. With Akagi, there are no supernatural elements. There's no mystical powers or super moves or ninjutsus or anything like that. But it was drawn with such incredible kinetic energy that it made, for people sitting around a table playing mahjong, the most exciting and most incredible thing you've ever read. The series does a lot with a very limited budget, and I respect that. Biggs just started rewatching Ghost Stories for some reason. I did that the same a little while ago. I mean, a lot of the humour has absolutely not aged, but I appreciate its intent. And Catastros, I do agree with it. I think what's great at this point is that we've waded through so much superhero media. Like, we don't have to defend every superhero movie with the fervour of 1,000 suns like we used to have to. You know, when there was only a handful of them and they desperately needed protecting. Like, it's okay for bits of it to be good. Because that's how we potentially get great sequels, right? TikTok has started re-showing me little snippets from Venom 2. Venom 2 might be one of my favourite films in the last five years. No, I'm not even joking. It is a hilarious, like, odd couple romance. It is an odd couple romance in the best way possible. Also, Woody Harrelson's there chewing the scenery. It's brilliant. Oh, and significant, Watto and welcome. I usually keep these hours as an FYI. It's just usually I'd be sitting here. Alright, so, friendos, here's my little goal for this evening. So, this is a picture of a monkey. But on that picture of a monkey is my schedule. So this is what I work on every week. I lay out all the streams that we're going to be doing, any potential like interviews and crossovers and things like that, and work out like what a week looks like for us. I try and keep it as a nice balance of different titles, because I really want to... Okay, yes, it's an ape. Try and find out actually specifically what animal that is. God, I know Shark Week's coming soon. Anyway, so I'd like to get this put together, and then I want to just keep working on the Gundam. Like, if you want to see an even better picture, I think the Gundam Build camera is still set up. So there we go. This is my friend. Look at his face. He too has also had enough of everybody's bullshit. So yeah. Oh, excuse me. So that's what I'd like to work on tonight. The easy ones is obviously Rain World and Sea of Thieves. Though I'm starting to reach out to more people for Sea of Thieves. God. All right, friends. We're gonna have our 10 minutes. Hang on. I'll start the clock. We're gonna have 10 minutes of ripping the shit out of old Elon Musk, and that's gonna be our 10 minutes. All right. Because I think we all need this, like, emotionally, but we cannot let it consume us. Alright. Timer starts now. I cannot believe that one of the once richest men in the world has driven into the ground the easiest slam dunk. Like, it's like watching someone who bought a football club walk onto the field and light themselves on fire. Not in protest, but for the lols, I fucking guess. Like, press X to pay respects. Now, most of you probably know the story. He bought X.com 1,000 years ago and has repeatedly tried to make it into a thing. His initial intent was to combine MySpace and PayPal to make like a money-paying system nonsense. And he's determined. He's determined. Biggs, exactly. Who announces a rollout of a brand new rebranding on a fucking Sunday night while you're probably half cut on, well, box wine and, you know, weed gummies? It's so dumb. And the thing is, Twitter in the English language is one of the most notable brands. Like, it is up there with Coca-Cola. Like, feckin' wet. Yeah, Dari, with 24 hours no less. The irony being is that to go onto Twitter now, it's still called Twitter. All the products are called Twitter. It's still Twitter Blue. It's still Twitter advertising. And Catastrophe, no, you're entirely correct. The only thing that's changed... Alright, I'm pausing the clock. It's alright, friends. You've still got... oh, God. I have an incredibly bright phone. Still got 9.5 minutes. Shorby, how are you feckin' doing? Watto and welcome! I'm just doing my schedule, having a natter. We're then going to build the rest of Beefcake Arms here, who you'll notice, despite being called Beefcake Arms, he doesn't actually have arms yet. So we're going to work on that. So if you all want to come and chill out and just have a natter, it's lovely to see you all. Chorby, what were you... Oh no, Chorby, you're playing Final Fantasy 16. It's going to be 1,000 years before I have a PS5, so I'm kind of intermittently like playing vicariously through you. But Krill, lovely to see you. Morat, always a pleasure. Wimpdork, the Dice Goddess, hello, hello.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Greetings, friends. Guess who can't sleep and is grateful for the digital company?
Harmonious, is it you that can't sleep? Sorry, that I was starting a bit there and it didn't quite carry through. Obviously, Harmonious, thank you for 55 months. It's fucking cool of you. I hope you're doing bloody marvellous. But yeah. Oh, it's great big Beefcake McRunfast. Oh. No, but Chorbs, I hope you're doing good, friend. It's been 1,000 years. It's just been 1,000 years. And no, Chorbs, I mean, seriously, thank you, friend. Yeah, I mean, numbers, that's what's so wild. Yeah, the running of the Slugcats was 2 months ago. I've been trying to think of really good ideas to revisit the everyone bundle around Chorby's place for nonsense. But the problem is... Oh, no. Oh no, I just had an idea. Chorby, I am not going to say anything while I am live because I don't want to bully or trap you into anything. However, I've just had an idea and it is sadistic. No, Big, sadly, I've not got into the gummies this evening because they leave me too swimmy the next day. So this is just my joy of seeing you all combined with box wine in a sippy cup. No, I will not be explaining myself. Wimdog, everybody loves an idea. It's when it actually happens. But yeah, Chorby, I hope everything's going great with you. Like, Krill, Wimp, everybody, lovely to see you all.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Feck and Yo and Catastros, That is heckin' kind of you, thank you. Giving some cool stuff to Krill. Now you don't have to deal with adverts. More ads. No, could figure out how to get the wine out of the box. Velocity plus straw equals victory. Which is actually quite true of a lot of things.
Time to pun cringe.
Okay.
Fighting windstorms by daylight, singing pop song by moonlight. Wherever she goes she has a shell that hides that she's the one called Snailor Swift.
Yo. Okay, sorry. Firstly, Gear Zero, thank you for the 500 bits. That's really fucking cool of you. What a Chorby, and jumping back, that's why I chose that sound alert, because as a kid who consumed Warcraft 2 in its entirety, stop that incessant clicking was something me and my friends used to say at each other, and Juwantax. But then unfortunately Juwantax would always like ollie into Anjunan, and that's a whole different story. No, Kaimball, go get a nap. I'll still be here in an hour. Go snooze. But it's lovely to see you. Sorry, I keep losing my train of thought. We were... Sorry, Krill on the stop poking. I'm not that kind of orc. Work. Time to work. I do that around the flat all the time. And also the human version. More work. Time to work. Zug. Wabba dabba. Stop that incessant clicking. Job's done. And of course, my personal favourite, we're not brainless anymore! You have to understand, friends, I make these noises. Even still, Fiona was not a Warcraft 2 child. So, you gotta understand, I'm just doing these for me. Morat, the only one I do is in the rear with the gear. Which I think is even StarCraft 2 now, I think about it. It might have been StarCraft 1. Owen Kaimball, at least according to the Pokemon Sleep app, you're definitely beating me. Because according to the Pokemon Sleep app, I sleep between like 4 and 5 hours a night, so I've not been doing good. See, Biggs, I love that one from the humans because when you then click on them, when they're at sea, they vomit. Ready to work. I'm sorry, I didn't realise I was... So many of the sound effects for the Longship are all Warcraft 2 sound effects. Anyway, so how are you all doing? Yeah, Chorby, I will blep at you about stuff and things. I have a really good idea. When all of you came in from Chorbs, we were gonna have our 10-minute rant about the site formerly known as Twitter, and we only got about like just over 30 seconds in before the raid. And Morat, that is an important question. Like, I didn't want to ask you, but if you haven't constructed additional pylons, like, what were you doing this weekend? But we don't have to continue with the rant. This was just more like a get it out of our system moment, because I think we all agree. Like, I don't think any of us are like, this is a great idea with no downside. And let me tell you, consulting for a company and working on their, like, social media strategy right now, it just feels like throwing fucking chess pieces in the air. Like, honestly, I've shifted to just working on the general strategy for how they're gonna, like, announce. Legend. You know what, Catastros? I think you're right. Dingleberry doesn't deserve a full rant. And also, much like planning any social media strategy right now, I don't want to go on a full rant in case I have to go on a completely new, like, changed rant in the morning. Okay, so on good stuff. So I want to put a game on your radar, dear friends. So along with Lightsmith that we were talking about before I got distracted, for those of you that enjoy kind of like a, I don't know, your Stardews with a little bit more, I don't know, Burton-esque dread. I highly recommend Lightsmith. Please check it out. But the one that I lost 6 hours to and ended up whoops drunk. Again, those of you that were hanging out with me Saturday night, I don't know how drunk I was, but I do not even remember going to bed. I got playing this. It's called Stonks 9800. And despite having literally a meme name, this wonderful little game, you basically play a day trader in the 80s in Japan. And so you literally, you know, buy stocks, sell stocks, you know, invest in property, get into little adventures, and even at its current early access state, it's really fun. So it's things like, you know, your friends will invite you to go to a pachinko parlor and you can play mini games. If you get high enough in a company, you can start making speeches. And the speeches is like a rhythm game, which is great. And also, like, your purchasing and your habits affect the market directly. And I don't know. I think there's something to be said for being able to pretend like you'd be able to buy a home in the 80s. Like, that's a little bit of a power fantasy. Oh god. Well, Catastros, I hope I wasn't too obnoxious. Thank you for bearing with me. Kaimball has started Oxenfree 2 and it's mind-bending. Akira Zero, they have a knockoff Konami that popped up, which was hilarious. And Legend, so did Twitter. Hey! Da, 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 da. I think I'm funny. I think I'm exceedingly funny. You know what? That boo was entirely deserved. Oh. Sorry, where was I? God, man, my train of thought is a whimsical, fleeting thing. Oh, lovely. Sorry, Dory was saying they got a free key for Mr. Run and Jump. No relation to one Jumpman. And that's coming out tomorrow. So you're ahead of the curve, friend. Lovely, that looks very smooth. Oh. And Dice got it. Sorry you're going through the feckin' ringer. I lost all of my nonsense, so I'm just kind of hoping to get a few lucky dice rolls so I can get it resorted, you know? Okay. So we're not doing rants, but we are hanging out. So, what has been going down with us? Alright, so we've been continuing Rainworld. I hope you've all still been enjoying Rainworld. Like, we've got this campaign and then 2 more to go. So there's the good ending for the Hunter, and then we've got the kind ending for the Artificer. I had kind of considered doing the challenge mode and the expeditions on stream, but I might save those for the future. I think everybody's kind of had their full fill of Rainworld. Well, okay, so here's the thing. It's hard to know how much peeps are and aren't enjoying certain streams, right? Because most of the time, if someone's not enjoying a stream, they very politely just kind of go, no, this isn't for me. And so they just kind of tap out and go watch something else, which is fine. But sometimes there are also other factors, like it's been extremely hot recently, and like June and July are the quietest months for streaming. So it makes it really hard to judge the data. And what I don't want to do is play so much Rainworld that you all go, I never want to see a Slugcat ever again. So it's like balances, right? You know, taking a break from it and then coming back to it and things like that. So I'm trying to like see how much we have to that one, because I think once Rainworld comes to an end, I think it's got to be Elden Ring as our next big run. Because I've missed it. Like, honestly, it is the first time I hadn't played a From game the moment it dropped. And I understand why I did it. It was the smart play at the time, but... Elden Will. Fuck. That works way too well. Dice Goddess, the spheres of influence. You've gotten so close to my dumbass digitally that now the Slugcat is bleeding across into other spheres. Orion Pirate could not deal with this cheese game. That's fine. The cheese game's going to be an event. Oh, morning, Asari. What and welcome. So, like, Orion Pirate, we're not going to do cheese game this week. I haven't decided the best way to do cheese game, but I almost feel like it needs to be like a very chaotic Saturday. Like, I might bring some peeps round, you know what I mean? Because, like, last time we did it, I needed 2 runs at that. But 10 hours of Ichi Zone is more than a person can do solo. Oh god. Significant, I'm so sorry. All I can say is that obviously demographic is the worst part when it comes to like geo-targeting. But if you report any of those adverts as scams, even though it doesn't affect them, the data will say that you are vehemently against them. And what you need to do is quadruple down on adverts for things that you like. And I know it's obnoxious. But so what I do is every time I see an advert for New Type or for like Premium Bandai or any of the Gundam things, I click like and I click through on the link. I'm not going to buy anything. I don't even look at it, but I'll leave it. So that way, the platforms are basically being taught, we'll like you the robot. We'll like you the giant robot. Kadastra says they still haven't cleared their first run of Elden Ring. Okay, that makes me feel better. because I know you're one of the platinumed Bloodborne squad. And Harmonia says they have a friend who's been playing Rainbow for the first time. I've enjoyed watching their experience, giving them help here and there. I only know enough about the game to be helpful because of the long ship. Aww. Hey, I am glad that we can be more people to bring people in, you know? Kira Zero says, for some reason YouTube ads still think you speak Spanish. Well, it's also worth noting that whoever you share a house with, there is bleed over. Because there's data that can be tracked based on you and your digital footprint, but there's some that only can be tracked in vagaries, and that's usually tracked by IP. And these days, it's pretty rare for a rig or a PC to have its own fucking unique IP. So, yeah, if you're sharing a house with a bunch of people and you're always using the same router, the kinds of sites that geo-target based on IP won't differentiate between. Sorry, friends, you probably know all of this, but it's quite funny that Fiona and I get crossover ads sometimes. That won't stop making me laugh. Sorry for the tippity tappity. Oh, hey, Asari, I'm like a teeny tiny Tamagotchi podcast. Somebody give me a podcast topic. During my drunken spree on Saturday night, I messaged somebody and was like, we should start a podcast. And the pitch I gave them was possibly the worst idea ever. That's the level of drunk that I got. Because it turns out that while I did have a sandwich, what you saw me eat during... Yeah, no, it was Saturday night. What you saw me eat during the stream was the only thing I ate. And then I killed a bottle of wine plus overtime. Lizzie, smash or pass Pokemans? That's... Why are people like this? Podcast, what is going to surpass Kickstarter for smaller creators? My current theory is once the oligarchy discover that they're about to be consumed by the lower classes, them throwing their money to as many people as possible so they don't get lynched. Start a podcast about rating Slugcat sonars. No, I'm worried. I'm worried it'd be. I'm worried that I would become an insufferable bitch. Actually, this particular Slugcat doesn't fit the theming of the world, and here's why. God, I know there are a few people that have done podcasts rating troll sonars and Sonic the Hedgehog OCs. I worry that there's like a vein, like an untapped ore of bitchiness somewhere in the chest cavity, and that would tap into it. Who gets slapped with a grapple slug? I mean, the grapple slugs have killed me enough times. Oh. No, actually, significant. That sounds feckin' cool, and you should do that. Yeah, Akira Zero, go get the good food. I'm going to be here for a little while, friends. Like I said, I've got a schedule to plan, and I've got a Gundam to work on, and I'd love your company for both of these things. Just when you see the Discord announcement of the schedule later on, know that I'll probably be streaming. Yo, okay, so sorry. Asari was saying podcast topic: Minecraft and how it's changed. Having a 10-year-old show you Minecraft as it currently stands is wild. Kid was too excited to show me all the mods that they downloaded, and they were all about that my presence was only ornamental. I was trying to say, like, back when I played this was based in browser, and there were no other people. But I will say, out of all the games that could have taken over the world, I'm glad it was that. You know. Feckin'... It's heartbreaking to see how much Roblox has taken over and how insidious it has been in its processing, you know? Hey, Legend, if you get the good sleeps tonight, then I'm feckin' happy for you, yo. Although my joke over the weekend was it's fascinating to watch someone rebrand their website with all the tact and strategy of a divorced dad starting a YouTube Minecraft channel. And that has amused me greatly. Oh god. Big says that their 14 was hit on by a 20-something in Roblox. It's a hive of scum and villainy. Yeah, and Dice Goddess, that's not a bad shout. Lizzie, I have eaten today. I nearly had an emotional meltdown because I accidentally burnt the last of the toast, but it got salvaged. But I have had a proper meal. Well, Significant Figures, if you get the chance, follow it up with People Make Games and the insidious nature of like the Roblox creation. See, Roblox makes the bulk of its money of people, you know, buying its currency, right? But it pitches this idea that anyone could make a living as a developer, make games inside of Roblox, which is where the content comes from. Except for the whole thing is caught in this insidious loop. Again, People Make Games do a much better job of summing it up than I do, but holy crud. Significant Figures, to an extent, but the obfuscation of it is that you don't spend real money, you spend Robux. So if you make a mod that makes money, you get some Robux. And the process of taking that out of the system and turning it into currency is very difficult. But the ease with which you can spend that on in-game advertising for your game to the platform is much, much simpler. Again, watch the People Make Games video about it because it's feckin' fascinating. But basically it turned the creativity of Minecraft into this Dickensian sweatshop, you know? It's less likely that these children are going to lose their hands, but yeah. At Legend, it's essentially company script. It's feckin' wild. And Mordecai, I can't speak to the Roblox community and how it's run from like a corporate level. But as it was explained to me, those kinds of like awful people that infest that area, they also have disposable income. And so a lot of those communities are very reliant on their, you know, their big spenders to stay afloat, right? So that's, yeah, that's it. Anyway, moving on. I just meant to say that, like, having somebody, having a child show me Minecraft from their perspective was fascinating, because Minecraft's been something I've been hugely into since it dropped, right? Like, you know, we had those early multiplayer servers which you had to craft yourself. I even got a special mod so that at the end of every lunchtime, our work server at CA would output a huge map that everyone could see their constructions and what was happening. I remember when the first murder was committed. That was very funny. And back when, yeah, you could send people the web-based Java version, and they could have a putz around in it and get a feel for it. It's fucking... It's honestly, out of all the things they've done, it's some of Hatsune Miku's best work. But the wild thing is, young me would have been obsessed with like the mods and the variety and the mix and match. Old me, every 2 years or so, I make a brand new world, only in survival, and I just play it until the end like an RPG. And I don't know what it is about it, but that's just apparently what my little noggin likes. Oh, Kimball, this is how brain dead I've been today. So I read your comment. Someone has made metal music in dreams, and my brain went, psh, yeah, I've been a sweet rapper in my dreams, because I have no cadence, flow, or rhyming structure. That doesn't stop my unconscious mind. Slaps forehead. Kimball means dreams, the little Big Planet squad's like very, very super open-ended experience. It's weird how, despite as successful as it is, because it doesn't really make money and it doesn't have a lot of bad controversy, Dreams just doesn't get discussed in the wider game sphere. Like, to at least so far as I understand, the team behind it go to great lengths to combat like bad actors, toxicity, etc. And so like Dreams is just good, which doesn't make for headlines. Sturdy Kiwi, is it a Will stream at this hour? Or was it in fact me? Dio! I think I'm funny. Yeah, and Dice Goddess, I mean, you know as well as I do, we'll probably never see Little Big Planet on PC because, like, Sony paid the team behind it. I keep forgetting. I mean, same team that make Dreams. They paid them good money to keep that as an exclusive, and I can't see them letting up on that one. Also, anything like that on PC, the amount of additional moderation staff required is ungodly, especially if it's a family-friendly title. I know we've talked about this like 1,000 times, but that's what sunk the last Lego MMO, was just the sheer number of moderators they had to hire. Anyway, sorry friends, here's me talking at you. So whilst I'm trying to decide what our week will look like, how are you all? What have you been playing? I'm scared of Dave the Diver. Not just because it contains horrors unknowable from beneath the deep, but because it is a sticky quagmire of a game that may or may not grasp all the parts of my mind. Numbers has to go to sleep. Hey, get the good sleep, friend. Alright? Do that which I cannot. Greenfire's had to say no to PC games on the work nights because sadly they lose track of time. I know that. Sadlin says they're still mad they didn't add Dave the Diver to their fantasy critic stable. They did. Sadlin didn't push the buy on the fantasy critic trades. Yeah. Oh, significant. No. Some friends got to go to the corgi races on Sunday, which looked really fun. But when I saw what the sun did to them, I was like, no, 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 no. No crispy, please. Krill's bad time to get back into Ducky's delivery service. Yo, been watching Furret play a whole bunch of that. I mean, like I said, I've just been playing Stonks. Still a bit like off and on of Hitman 3. I've been slowly going back and doing the sniper challenges because I like doing sniping in video games. Shocking. Oh, that was the other thing. So I've been really, really enjoying Hitman 3 or Hitman World of Assassins. And especially the last mission that I played... mission I played drunk with all of you where I dressed up as a clown in I believe it was Hong Kong, and murdered a lot of people. Where I was actually the lowest ranked player in the whole world at Hitman 3, thanks to that one mission. That was a good night. Sadlin basically played DJ while I went on a kill spree. It was hilarious. Anyway, I couldn't work out why Hitman 3 wasn't on sale during the Steam sale, the Steam Summer Sale. It's because this week they're doing Steam Stealth Fest, which is like a thematical sale, including Hitman 3, for 50% off. That's the World of Assassins bundle for $35. That's all 3 games. And the roguelike mode they added. Like, if your goal is to whimsically assassinate people, you're not going to get more bang for your buck than that. Dice has a Dice Goddess said a whole lot of games going on from, but a bit more of a power wash sim. Yeah, people were saying that the SpongeBob power wash sim pack is really, really good, and I don't doubt it. I do not doubt it. Weirdly. Okay, so looking at games for this week that we can play. So there's one I've been weirdly wanting to share with you all for a while called Betrayer. And Betrayer was made by Black Powder Games. Currently their only release on Steam. But apparently it disappeared off Steam and has been released free on GOG. So there was definitely some weirdness going on behind the scenes. Kind of tempted to stream that one. I mean, Hookshot, if that was the case, please, please, please donate cash. Because that would be far more effective. But, like, we could do a Horror Thursday. Because I forget the username of the individual that made Pardon Artifacts. Also, when did that come out? That came out this year. Okay, so Hookshot, 2 things. One, if that is a thing to be doing, then we could do that on Thursday. Like, it's an indie game made primarily by one developer. You know, it is horror, but it's interesting horror. You know, it's doing, like, arty deconstruction stuff, and it does it, at least from what I've perceived, much better than, say, Layers of Fear. See, Dice Goddess, the games industry is too feckin' small.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
So firstly, Wolfcrad, thank you for 33 months, you feckin' legend. We've had a 55, we've had a 33. It's getting wild tonight. Jumping back, so Kimball was saying that they keep hearing the song from Willy Wonka of World of Assassinations. Come with me and you'll see a world of pure assassination. It works, but only Gene Wilder's Willy Wonka. Because let's be honest, like... The only thing that Johnny Depp's Willy Wonka is getting is cancelled on social media. And the new one, I don't know, dude, seems like... I don't know. A little bit too much whimsy there, buddy. A little bit too much whimsy. Sorry. Okay. So Sorry was asking what sort of horror do you have the plans for? Okay, so this is Pardon Artifacts. Alright, so the person who made this has frequented the Longship a couple of times. It's indie developed, it came out this year, and it's only at 46 reviews, so it's small. Because what I was thinking for this Thursday was either My Friendly Neighborhood, which is the Muppet horror. I was thinking Amnesia the Bunker, because it does very clever things with what is essentially a fake open world. And I hadn't considered this. And now, Hookshot's like, fucking yo, like, we can do this. And if you feel that I have done a good enough job and wish to turn what would have been a gifted sub spree into straight up donations, that would be lovely, but it would not be expected because I gotta support our indie friendos, and I treat horror very sparingly. Lance, Watto, and welcome. But yeah, again, out of all the people that would have a staple of professional assassins, Gene Wilder's Willy Wonka is absolutely it. Sorry, that exasperated sigh. I'm naming no names. There is an individual, and I love them dearly. They are a very, very good friend, and I will kick ass for them. But they've got into this habit of sending me YouTube re-uploads of TikToks that are about anywhere from 2 to 10 months old. And I keep writing and deleting the retort comment, which is, wow, I can't wait till you find out about that submarine in 3 months. It's like, I just... Actually, so Legend, I don't mind talking about that.
Partum artifacts.
Well, Hookshot, thank you kindly. Usually a sponsored stream would cost a lot more, but this is somebody that I do want to support, and this was a really good reminder to do that. So, Hookshot, thank you so much for the 25. Like, dollars and bits right now is such a big fucking help. So, looks like we're going to be spooky on Thursday. Well, actually, so Hookshot, I don't know what the FTC rulings would be on that one, because you're not involved in the project, and you're not a publisher or entity that's directly involved in its success. So I don't know what this would come under. I think we're fine. I guess I did say that I wanted to do it for that Thursday regardless. Sorry.
Dollars and bits, 2 bells.
2 bells! Thank you, Legend. Sorry. Forgive me for getting into the BizDev headspace. I'm doing a lot of stuff for the consultancy gig today, so I apologise that I'm in that kind of mindset. Between that, those bits, and that donation, that is $35, which is a fucking ton of money, so thank you, alright? Just thank you. That's really fucking cool of you. And Wolfcrads, fill in the pint glass. Well, so Orion Pirate, so you say, I appreciate your concern for the ethics. Well, staying on the good side of the FTC is very important. My friend always used to say, treat regulatory bodies like someone is out to get you. So it's not that necessarily a bad thing wouldn't happen. It's that if somebody wanted to use it against you, and it's a very paranoid mindset to be in, but like I make sure anything that's sponsored is clearly labeled. But on the flip side, I love video games. I love video games with my whole fucking heart. And it's emotionally important to me that if I tell you I fucking love this game and you should get it, that through line, you completely understand where I'm coming from, and that never comes from a place where someone's, slipped me a 20. You know? There are bad games that I will recommend you openly, but you know what I'm saying. I really enjoyed Lightsmith. Hookshot did sponsor the stream that I got to play it. But also, in a world of people desperately trying to claw at a little bit of the magic that Stardew was trying to replicate, Lightsmith does interesting and original things. It has a genuine... The thematic and the threat all come together. It never strays into horror, things never get so horrific that you're like, yep, no, not touching this. But the idea of this unending darkness moving in, I don't know. I like that more than having to make mortgage payments. I don't know about you all. Hookshot says I gave you that money for unrelated purposes, drugs or something. Fucking fair. And Legend, I'm glad the rando streams are helping. They definitely help me a lot. So, you all are doing me a favour by hanging out. Anyway, okay, so, Part Artifacts is on Thursday. So, Tuesday, here's my choices. So, we could go to space. Hang on, I'll bring up main screen. So, this was one of the games I was going to play for you 2 weeks ago. But then I had a very, very, very bad Thursday and there was no stream. So I'm still sorry about that. This is called Deliver Us the Moon. And the reason that I want to do this one... Hang on, I'll get the no sound trailer going. So, published by Wired Productions. But it is not an action game primarily. And now I would not be turning RTX on. It is a sci-fi investigation game. Not quite horror, not quite thriller, but there's definitely some fascinating character elements. And this game did so well that it got a sequel, which is Deliver Us Mars. Okay, I don't need an RTX trailer. God, when teams will put any bloody... No! You're killing me, Smalls. Alright. I'm sorry about that, everybody. So this is the not RTX trailer. Hey, significant figures. There are loads of things that you can do to make yourself physically feel better through substances. Cheese is probably the healthiest one of those. It is entirely okay for emotional support cheese. So Mental Monk, I think this is going for a similar flavour to Tacoma. It's about exploration, it's got the robot doing recreations, but it's the first part. Because, Tacoma is a very good game, but to my knowledge, there hasn't been, a solid sequel to it, right? And I don't necessarily think Tacoma needed a sequel, but this game did well enough to deserve more in the world. I was going to jump immediately to Deliver Us Mars because I thought it was more of an exploration survival game, but nah, it's a story.
Gasp, that's almost a year.
Spiller, you're right. That is almost a year. And at tier 2. God. Spiller, I don't know how I'm going to be able to say thank you when you do reach a whole year at tier 2. That's going to be a lot. Sorry, Spiller. As I don't like joking about this. That is 57 months at a tier 2. That is $10 a month for 57 months. Thank you, and fuck, I hope I'm worth it. Okay. So so we can do this game tomorrow. So that would be our Tuesday game. And then we just need to talk about Saturday. What do you reckon? Space? Yeah, Mars can wait. Alright, we're going to the moon. Moon. Hello, moon. Oh, God, I'm going to be insufferable tomorrow. Alright, so tomorrow we'll do Deliver Us the Moon. Because I think this is going to be more narrative than spooky, whereas part of my artifacts is going to be spooky. Spiller, that's a good one. Hey, Lizzie, some days I'm cohesive and not insufferable. Moon. Okay, deliver us the moon. But to my knowledge, this one's going to be more like narrative and story focused, less kind of like putzing about and discovering. But I think that's okay. You know, I try and make sure that if I'm bringing you all a game that's very linear and very story, that it's something that either you would have missed or that you would have brought in that it brings in something interesting, you know? I'm still impressed by Bramble, the Mountain King. Like, holy fuck. Also, this does mean we get to do a whole day of Moon's Haunted jokes. So, Mental Monk, on the one hand, I understand where you're coming from, and that is a good lack of sleep. However, thanks to friends with preclusivities, I do know that you can get a realistic butt as a mousepad on Amazon. When I say realistic, I mean realistic. I believe one friend called it a thumb rest, and I could have lived my whole life without knowing that. Because we've all seen the booby mouse pads, and then the memes on the booby mouse pads, but this was just a realistic butt. And you can buy that, and you can send it to someone you know. Fly him into the moon. Okay, so that leaves Saturday. Now, Saturday is traditionally the most difficult day for me personally to plan, because there's so many different things a Saturday can be for us. And I try and pick things that are inclusive, but sometimes, you know, like stacking up single player games is cool. Alright, let's have a look at this river title. Well, I mean, the first downside of it, Square Peg, is it's not out. I tend to avoid space fighting games just for motion sickness. So what's the hook on this one? Because we do have I do have this. So this is Chorus. Now Chorus kind of got overlooked because, you know, it dropped, you know, they launched it in Christmas season, like 2021, a brand new IP. Feck it, sometimes Deep Silver. I love you guys, but you're fucking idiots. However, so check this out. Hang on, let's go for this one. No, I said no loud noises. Steam, don't play that way, buddy. What did I just say? Okay, so this is Chorus. Sorry, Corvus. And that's a bald guy talking about a game, we're not listening to him. Anyway. Yeah, so sorry. What is up with people putting shite videos in their trailers? Don't do it. Don't do it, Steam. I knew you were going to do it. Alright, this is the gameplay overview. So, it is a 6 Degrees of Freedom dogfighting game. However, you start off as part of an apocalyptic cult with a sentient vengeance jet fighter, and you're basically a space witch with magical powers. But when you realize that your evil cult is an evil cult, and you're like, hey, this isn't so good, they betray you and try and kill you. And the point at which they leave you for dead is the opening titles. But you have witch powers. You can fucking teleport, open black holes, you can do wild shit. So it takes the tried and true formula of like the post X-Wing TIE Fighter mechanic and adds some real spice to it. Yeah, I mean, Metal Monk, it's fucking brilliant. The only thing I was told by people is that the initial opening's kind of meh. Like, it's very generic. Like, if you've played any Starfighter game, you played this one. But it needs to have that drop before things kick in. I do like Spaceonetta, or Bayonet Ship. No, I can do better. I can do better. So, to the Swedish Chef, how are you doing, friends? Basically, I'm doing... Hang on, let me move over to main studio. We're doing the schedule for the week. And Hookshot suggested that I do Parton Artifacts this Thursday. And then threw $25 at my dumb face. Which, again, wasn't necessary, but I have been meaning to cover your game for feckin' ages. However, Swedish Chef, there is one thing I'd like to say. Please do not send me a copy of your game. Be a cool-as. Thanks to Hookshot, I can buy a copy. And obviously, I would only give your game a good review or a good rating if I personally believed in it. However, the way the Steam platform works is that if you give me a key and I review your game, my review doesn't count towards...
Streamer begging again?
Fucking, you've done me, Thrame. You've done me. I just wanted to drink some wine and build some Gundams. Feeling very called out right now. Thrame, obviously I know you're joking, and thank you. Yeah, so Swedish Chef, it will be this Thursday. Assume 3 p.m. Pacific. And actually, there's another thing I wanted to say to all of the peeps on European time zones. I am so sorry we've been starting so late. I have been getting better about getting my life into more of a routine, but even with when I'm not hungover and I handle the dogs and they're not little chaos merchants, it's so hard to get live before 2 o'clock. And that's just because the sheer amount of stuff that needs to get done. You know, I have to feed, walk, and water 5 varying creatures and myself. Okay, yes, significant figures. No Gundams have been built so far. Right now, we're planning streams, which is an art and craft in itself. No, Lizzie, they absolutely do. Like, I blinked and I realised I hadn't had a shower in 3 days. Because the animals had been so much chaos that I hadn't stopped moving. It was like, the animals go to bed, usually anywhere from like 10 to midnight, and then I conk out, or I get work done, and then I blink and wake up the next day, and then the dogs have to go out, and it continues. So, Sweet Chef Jokum, if you'd like to come and do some key giveaways on Thursday, you'd be cordially invited to do so. Alright? But the important thing that I want to do is show off your title, show off what you've been able to do comparable to teams that have, you know, a lot more money and a lot more resources. Like, I genuinely believe this. Layers of Fear was a very, very simple one-trick idea that somehow managed to get 2 sequels. And unlike Outlast Trials, is doing nothing interesting or different with those sequels. And I'm just at this point of like, there's only so many times you can make environments disappear when the player looks away and then be like, oh, it's so spooky! Fuck off, mate. I'm really looking forward to showing people Parton Artifacts because I don't know. There were some horror innovators that never learnt why their stuff was good. Hell, I really like the Outlast Trials because at least the Outlast team just kind of went, you know what? We we had one trick, we had one note, and we milked it to death. Let's make something that's multiplayer and silly. Whereas your work, from what I've seen, is taking inspiration from different places, and there's a lot more care and consideration for the user. So, yeah. And honestly, the other thing about looking after the animals all the time is my life is fucking chaos. Like, trying to organize everything around the longship and life, I've got like anywhere from like 8 to 16 different threads of DMs going on at one time, and so often I forget games. So like, Hookshot, thank you for reminding me, is what I'm saying. Chorby says, my animal's in constant need of maintenance and rent, and even maintenance to even help pay rent. Wait, do you consider Robin one of your animals? Oh. I do hope we're going to get to hang out at Gamers Haven. Well, and Swedish Chef. This is why I love talking about horror in video games. Swedish Chef was saying that their game is more puzzle than horror, but that's where modern horror started. You know, the subversion of the point and click is what led to Alone in the Dark and Resident Evil, that then laid the foundations. You know, the Amnesia style kind of went, what if we kept the scary and we kept the puzzles but got rid of any way to defend yourself, which gave birth to a whole new wave of horror. Not counting like meta horror or subversion horror. Hookshot says the real horror of Palm Artifacts is realizing how dumb you are. You know, Catastros, I don't think that's unfair. Sorry, Catastros was just saying that Layers of Fear kind of stepped into the smoking shoes left over from PT. And yeah, I mean, PT did a lot of very subtle things first, which is still worth discussing. But the now you see it, now you don't, of essentially using like, oh god, if Nick were here, Nick would be able to tell me the term. Because Fulstrom culling is when you don't have the engine render what you can't see. What PT first and a few other games, but like Layers of Fear's main trick is that the world changes when you don't look at it. So there's two maps, and you know, so if you look at a door and then look over here and look back, it's just a wall, right? So that everything has changed when you're not looking at it. Using that kind of, I don't think Fulstrom culling's the right term here, but yeah. And that's the trick that Layers of Fear does repeatedly. Something spoopy happens, so you look at the spoopy thing, and then you turn around, and the world's completely different. There is some culling going on, you're right, Chorby. Someone's culling something. Mental Monk says the real horror are the friends we made along the way. Yo, the fact that no one has done a horror game about like a streamer or a YouTuber where they've just imagined the audience. A few people have tried to do horror games around it thematically. No one's done that. I've often joked with you all that like either I have all of you to hang out with, or I've actually fucking lost it and I'm just talking to myself in a room. Well, so Lizzie and Thraim, here's my philosophy. If I have gone completely doolally tap and I'm just talking to myself in a closed room, I am going to treat you all with the care and respect and dignity that you deserve. Because if it turns out that I'm loopy bananas, at least I can say that I treated everyone kindly, even when it turned out that I was just having complete and utter mental hallucinations. So yeah. Wait. Varials, did someone make a Fulstrom culling remake of Don't Shit Your Pants, one of the greatest survival horror games of all time? Alright. So, Catastrophe, is the next time we hang out, you drive like classic cars in the land of the dinosaurs, a la Cadillacs and dinosaurs. That's how we'll know if I've lost it. Because I'm gonna actively try and. Okay, so Swedish Chef was saying that Dark Web Streamer is an upcoming title we play. It's a streamer, it's horror. That could be interesting. Annoyingly, one of the I think it's called Welcome to the Internet. It's like a horror puzzle game, but the dev who runs it is really bleh. He put a bunch of backdoor things in the game so he can mess with people live, which is usually funny, but he only uses it to mess with like femme presenting streamers and stuff like that. It's bleh. Anyway. Sadly, they don't have a Steam page up for Dark Web, but there we go. But no, okay, so joking aside, there is a game called Don't Shit Your Pants. It is a text-based survival horror. Okay, the joke is immediate. You're in your house, you need to poo, and you've got a minute and a half to make it happen. So you have to explore the house, find the toilet, etc. But then also go through all the steps of pooping. And let me tell you can get it wrong multiple times. However, it is brilliant because, one, it's very relatable, but two, it gives you something that's very, very obvious to understand and very, very easy to subvert with a text-based control scheme. So you don't have to learn how to do like a button control scheme. Krill says, I'll never shut up about how Don't Shit Your Pants was the precursor to Rogue Legacy. Nor should you. Nor should you. I mean, Katazros, I'm saying this with no irony. If I had to teach a game design class, Don't Shit Your Pants would be the first thing I'd go through with everybody. Like, I'm not even joking. I don't think you're wrong in that it feels like that old Newgrounds kind of humor, but... And sorry to those of you in the Longship who've heard me talk about this 5 or 6 times, but what it does is it presents you with a very easy to understand goal and a very simple parameters and allows you to explore and understand it. The only fail state is you have to start the game again. If you take away the shitting yourself part of it. Ironically, actually pooing yourself requires much more reload time. But yeah. We're not going to be playing Don't Shit Your Pants tonight. Wait, can you still play that? I don't know if I want to Google Don't Shit Your Pants. Yet here I am. I'll add game. Yeah, it's not on Congregate. It is on Crazy Games. Yeah, so Chubby, we're talking about targeted ads earlier, and now we're all going to be getting fucking, you know, adult nappy and incontinence ads now. But, you know, that's the price of history. When Indiana Jones had to go into ancient temples, they were like falling rocks and having to decipher Latin. We just have to deal with, I don't know, fucking non-poopin' drugs. Oh no, significant. I'm sorry, we were supposed to take you away. I'm sorry. Yeah, significant. You just gotta pick like a hobby that has, like, be it like Warhammer or Gundam or something, and just start Googling and clicking ads. But yeah, sorry. So okay, so jumping back. So we've got the week set up. So to recap, tomorrow we're going to be streaming Deliver Us the Moon. So I should be able to do that in one sitting, at least according to How Long to Beat. Wednesday is Rain World. We're continuing the achievement hunt with the monk. And I think all we need to do for the monk is talk to Pebs, then talk to Moon, and then just leave. So we might be able to do that. We could possibly clear it. Part and artifacts on Thursday, so shit's gonna get spoopy. And then Friday, Sea of Thieves. I don't know who our crew is gonna be on Friday, because I haven't done any proper outreach. With both Ems and Kyle working like real people gigs 9 to 5 and being based on the West Coast, that has made it like tricky for them, and I'm trying to rotate up the crew so people don't get too burnt out. Also, I can't believe Nightbot stung the Swedish chef for talking about pooping. I'm so sorry. I need to do a review because the text-to-speech still censors a few words, even though it's not supposed to. I mean, Varials, if you wish to sail the Seven Seas at some point, like, I've been slowly rotating, like, ever since we did the GDC of Thieves, I've been rotating between, like, the Red Acre crew, well, been trying to rotate from the Red Acre crew and, like, game dev squads. You know, I've been very lucky that I've had Deus and other peeps to jump in when other people haven't been able to make it. Also, Chorby, at some point, I don't think this Saturday, but at some Saturday, I wanted to suggest trying to do Glitterbeard with as many people as we could. Because I think we need 8 people for Glitterbeard. And so far...
Stop that incessant clicking!
Hey! Spiller, that's feckin' cool of you, thank you. And Lizzie, thank you for the note-taking you've been doing. I sincerely appreciate it. It's one of those things I keep meaning to say thank you in the mod chat, and I don't, because everything happens too much. But no, Spiller, that's really fucking cool of you. Yeah, Chorby, I was saving Glitterbeard until we'd done the main story stuff. And I don't know if you and Krill have had a chance to do the Monkey Island Tall Tale yet. That's going to be around for a while, so you don't have to rush to it. I mean, Chef, it's got to the point where I've started answering to my handle sometimes, and it's wild. It's just... Sorry, this is a complete aside, because Chef was just saying that Will is your name, not Mr. Viking. The thing is, at like sober events and stuff like that, people have said, "Oi, Viking," and I've responded. And the thing is, it seems like some self-aggrandizing bullshit. Like, why would a knobend call himself Viking Blonde? Clearly he was once a cool... No, it's because being ginger makes me an absolute target. And this was a joke about not being ginger. A friend of mine even sent me a whole skit about how the Brits are terrible when it comes to... what was the exact turn of phrase? despite having the longest class system, the Brits haven't learnt how to hate each other in different classes properly. Like, so far the Brits only seem to have latched onto mocking gingers, and that made me laugh a lot. And Hookshot, you said you wouldn't tell anybody that. Can't believe you've done this. But yeah, no, it is very funny getting called Viking at sober meets and stuff like that. Because in the same way I do call other people by their handles. But then... Okay, do we have any old school Buffy fans in the house? Because I realised that it's a very similar thing to Spike. Oh, I mean Megaboss, my full title, Shilliam McIndie Games, US Gamer Par Extraordinaire. Oh, you know what? Dice is a great name. Like, both as a handle and as a people name. That's fucking rad. Okay, so to those of you that weren't Buffy fans back in the day, one of the early villains turned returning characters is Spike. You know, when you first encounter him, like, he's a proper vampire. Like, after Buffy having done battle with the Master, a proper, like, mustache-twiddling cape vampire, Spike and his girlfriend show up and just fucking kill him. It's brutal. And it comes out that, like, Spike's been this vampire around for years. He's killed multiple multiple Slayers. Including the New York Slayer, who deserves their own series so badly. Anyway, it's not until much, much later on when it goes through the origin story of Spike and Angel, of, like, why Spike got his name. Because you find out later on his name wasn't Spike for a long time, it was William the Bloody. You're like, oh shit, that's a fucking brutal name. Like, he's a vampire, he must have bathed in the blood of his enemy. No, they called him William the Bloody because of his bloody awful poems. He was an absolute weenie who desperately wanted to be one of those, like, waifish poets of high society and had neither the talent nor the confidence nor the cadence to be this, like, aristocracy individual. Oh, to Vigil Scarab, Watto, and welcome. We are going to be building some Gundams in a second. I just got talking about Buffy. I'm very easily distracted. Anyway, the reason I bring that up is that when people are like, oh, Viking blonde, huh? It's like, no, it's a joke about being ginger. No, mate, no, I'm not ginger, right? I'm Viking blonde. It's the kind of awkward shit someone would say so they don't get, you know, their pants pulled over their head. And to Virgil, so what we are going to be building this evening is we're working on beefcake arms. Hang on, let me just move this. This is what we will be working on in a sec. Oh, no, that's wrong. There we go. We'll be working on this gentleman here. So this is the... God, it's so weird. I have to reverse E Percy. So this is the... I forget the exact... the Red Flame powered Red Ashtray. So we had a stream on Saturday where I put together the legs and torso here with some amount of panel lining. I need to go back and pick up the stuff I didn't. But yeah, this is what I'll be working on. But I was doing the schedule for this week's streams because I don't usually stream at this hour. This is a crazy random happenstance. So yeah, it's majority me talking your ear off. Fred, according to Pokemon Sleep, I haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time, so Bee Farms is happening. And Bismarck, how are you doing? I mean, some could argue that, especially the Gundam Building days, is nothing but banter. honestly, that's kind of why I enjoy doing Gundam build streams. Because, I mean, let's be honest, I'm not a master craftsman by any means. And the interesting builds that I do, well, those ones happen off stream. Hey! Virgil, thank you kindly for the follow. I tell you what, Virgil, if you're here for Gundams, just because I'm going to be talking a whole bunch of nonsense with these lovely mother hubbards, so let me offset your patience, because don't worry about it. Let me offset your patience. Byakuaz. Let me show you my last proper build. So this is the last painted build that I finished. So I took, God, this is so hard to do. I'm having to basically reverse my, I'm having to invert my own controls. So I took the Zagok Char's specific one, and I did this like hexadecimal spray paint on it, and if I can get the lighting right, it's got like this metallic green sheen underneath. Yeah, Virgil, it is. This was my last like airbrushed build. In fact, turn that off. You can see behind, there's my hood and my usual setup. See, the lovely people you see around you in chat, they got me into Gundam building. I was a Warhammer kid back in the day, and during lockdown, a lovely individual called Jaraland sent me one of the Gundam Barbatus kits. Which, I promise I'm not just using this as an excuse to flex. Usually this would be a channel point redemption, which was one of my first builds, and I really enjoyed it. I recently revisited it this year and gave it a paint job. So that's this mother hubbard right here. And if I bring it on in, if the camera decides to play nice, you can see I used lace from a hobby shop, not Hobby Lobby because we don't shop there, but I used that as a mask to create this beautiful like floral patterning. Then just used some like basic flat red acrylic and a buttload of top coat to give it that like metallic sheen, and I'm really proud of this. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, this was my very first Gundam that I put together, which is why I wanted to revisit it. And this makes me happy because I get to repitch one of my friends' projects. My good buddy Ben, who did a series called Jump Leads, basically sat and like listened to the entirety of it twice while putting that together. Sorry, Virgil saying Zagok is the best suit to change my mind. In terms of fun to build, fun to put together, and fun to paint, it's really up there. I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. Although, if we're looking at just models, the cup noodle is still probably my favorite build to date. Like just how everything fit together and how fun it was to make. Megabots is like, oh hey, Big Zam. Oh, you mean? Oh hey, Big Zam. Or tiny Big Zam as he is in this house. He's so little. But yeah, so Virgil, my name's Will. I work in video games. I've worked on a lot of video games, and I do this for a living. I stream. So, alright, sorry, have a lovely day at work. Yeah, lovely being able to do these random streams. But yeah, Megaboss, if you actually want some giant robot recommendations, I got you for shows to watch. Oh god. So Virgil, the AC guys in Gundam Thunderbolt, when are we getting those as kids? That's what I keep thinking. Because I don't know if I'm a good enough builder to take one of the old AC guys and transfer it, but like that whole scene where they come out of the water and like all their kit, oh, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, Gundam Thunderbolt's brilliant anyway, but sorry everybody else. I didn't mean to use Virgil as an excuse just to talk about Gundams. Sadly, Megaboss Flesh Tuber isn't the juxtaposition of VTubing, but it would get me absolutely banned on Twitch, so let's never bring it up again. Alright. Before we get to Gundam builds, so we have our schedule. We have Deliver Us the Moon, Rain World, Partum Artifacts, and then Sea of Thieves on Friday. What do we want to do on Saturday? Is it Shark Week? Fucking hope not. I mean, okay, Chef, this is supposed to be a Gundam stream, but if I can get the last Saturday thing down, then I can get to building Gundams. Ah, it's fucking Shark Week. Stupid hot Jason Momoa making it weird. Yeah, I mean, Virgil, you've been here for 2 seconds. Don't worry about it. I'm not putting you on the spot. Okay. So, my theory when it comes to Saturdays of streaming is like, I try and pick things that are inclusive, right? That doesn't necessarily have to mean we all play together, but we're all involved somehow. So, Plastic Ducks, Bloodborne, big multiplayer games. The Gundam building is because basically Gundam building just turns into a talk show. I just happen to be putting things together at the same time. So Virgil, we have done D&D stuff. I need to sit down and talk to Baron Sheep, who is our resident DM, because I've let our D&D stuff slide and I need to kind of reinvigorate it. Megaboss, Bolt Gun is experiential. I recommend playing the fuck out of Bolt Gun. It is going to, like, it's so good. And I'm a little bit worried for the Space Marine 2 team, because that's what they have to live up to. Lizzie says, how about depth? Do you know the weird thing, Lizzie? I'm so tired right now. Just as a general statement of being, it overrides the fear, and rather than being like, fuck, I don't want Sadlin to ruin my Saturday, as Sadlin has been known to do with shark powers, I'm like, oh god, I don't want to have to organise trying to find 8 people. It's hard enough trying to get 4 people on a bloody boat. That's how tired I am these days. It's tragic, I know. Is it 6? Good at maths. And Spiller, I do like that Space Marine 2 looks as clunky and chunky as the first one. But thankfully they won't be using the Dawn of War engine to make it, so. However, so I'm not playing Warhammer at the moment, but I listen to a lot of Warhammer stuff, mostly to fall asleep, and the lore that's come out after Leviathan has dropped about how actually brutal the Tyranids are. So Virgil, I tried playing Gundam Battle Operation 2 on PC, because I'd played a fair wedge of it on PC, on PS4, and I highly... sorry, Virgil, you probably don't need me to tell you, but to the rest of you, Gundam Battle Operation 2, is it called Fairy Squad? No. Code Fairy, which sounds like an insult coming out of a British accent. Code Fairy is brilliant. It's structured like an anime, so there's like a visual novel beginning and a visual novel end, but this middle of it is a full-on Gundam battle session. But it has an OP and it has an outro. And thematically, it's brilliant. Because the characters are literally chosen to be a Xeon propaganda unit. They are literally chosen to be cute, hot girls in Zaku's. So, and they're supposed to have their pictures taken, and it's meant to be like, you know, follow the troops here, look at our fairy unit, my word, gentlemen, aren't these ladies smashing, and so on and so forth. But they write the characters so well. Yeah, Mega Boss, it's super I'm doing my part. But the characters are aware of this and are infuriated at the fact that they have to be, that they're not actually doing their part. You know, I'm not saying Xeon did nothing wrong, but these characters are, you know, mechanics and pilots of, like, you know, classic Xeon, Principality of Xeon. So they genuinely believe in the cause. So for them, it's an insult that they're being treated like basically models in mechs. And they discuss it and comment on it. It's like if the characters of your favorite anime spent the entire Beach episode talking about how they're really displeased with, you know, the male gaze of beachwear. You know what I mean? Like, it's still pandering, but the pandering is part of the thematics. And the characters are aware of it. Like, how do I process that? That's brilliant! Yeah, Thrame, it's an anime you get to play the battles of. It's only on PS4 to my knowledge. Yeah, at least to my knowledge. Oh, significant. Go get the good sleep, friend. Virgil, how did you get on with Gundam Battle Alliance? Because I was very disappointed by it. I know why a lot of Gundam games are subpar, but... Mental said, how about Superliminal? So Mental Monk, my apologies. With games like Superliminal and Viewfinder, I recommend that you play them yourself. I have a weird penchant for solving those games. They just make sense to me. I'm really obnoxious to watch play them, so I try not to do them. Manifold Garden definitely drove a few people up the wall, because I kind of solved the puzzles before solving them. Oh, and Virgil, the SD Gundam designs are so good. I mean, I love the Super Robot Wars series. I found the newest one was probably one of the weaker ones, but I feckin' love them. I want to get some more of the high-quality SD Gundam kits. But sadly, my Gundam Barbatus SD has fallen apart, so I need to put the poor guy back together again. There he is, looking sad. He was a Christmas topper that got left up after Christmas, and now here Arm don't stay in, and he having a bad time. Alright, Legend, go get some good sleep, friend. Alright? Once we work out what Saturday's going to look like. I mean, I could call up placeholder. And Fred, I'd love to do Barotrauma, but Barotrauma is going to need to be a curated, organised Saturday. Okay, so here's what we've been doing for Saturdays recently. We've been doing The Black Watchman, which, if you haven't seen it, it's an ARG pretending to be a video game. We've done Plastic Duck Simulator, because it's simultaneously a hangout natter, but also there's a deep puzzle system in it. We've done Gundam Building. Last month we were doing Hollow Knight crowd control, but that was to kind of, you know, help us crawl out of the money hole, which, well, that's not what we're talking about this evening. Catastrophe is a guided tour of Dark Souls 2. That's a good point. Megaboss says, is it time to start Elden Ring? Well, let me tell you, the hunger is there. The hunger is there. But once we start Elden Ring, like, we can't unring that bell. Pun exactly intended. Because I love, like, the Soulsian franchise in its entirety. Sorry, for those of you who are new here, if you're wondering, like, Will, if you love the Soulsian game so much, how come you haven't played Elden Ring already? Well, because I haven't really had time to do many, like, standalone YouTube videos or streams like this. And when when Elden Ring dropped, because it's a combination of Norse stylings and open world, and for virtue of being a Souls game, it took over the world. Last year, it was the most broadcast of any video game. Like, Elden Ring eclipsed Minecraft last year. And it put me in a very difficult position where it's like, you were all playing it, as you should. So what do I have to add in that space? If I go hard on something like Elden Ring, and you'll go, well, actually, I just want to play it myself. I don't want to watch somebody else. Like, that puts you all in a difficult point. And Sadlin, like, thank you. No, and I appreciate what you're saying, Salem, I really do. So, Virgil, I don't have a VR headset set up and ready to roll. And again, like, thank you all for the suggestions. I think the only VR stream we've done proper was Half-Life Alyx. But that's because I was borrowing a headset to do it, and I kind of wanted to record the process as well. As a small aside, Virgil, I had a mod for the game where I could look at my wrist like a watch and see all of chat. And Salient, like, yo, the lurks are super appreciated. Hey! Nessa, no, you did not miss Gundam Night. I actually haven't started yet. I know, I've been going for nearly 2 hours. I'm trying to work out what game to play on Saturday, and I got distracted. Ah, to Kybal Wolf, thank you kindly for the blessing there. May the old gods protect and keep you. Oh, well, Nessa, I hope you also like your people swole, because we are building beefcake arms. What if Gundam always skip leg day? That is what we're building tonight. All right, I'll tell you what, friends. Let's get the Gundam building kicking off.
That incessant clicking.
You have all given me a lot of very good ideas for Saturday. Oh, and Sadlin, I really appreciate that. That's a big old compliment. And Kaiba, I am incredibly impressed by anybody who is proper bilingual. So just fucking good on you, yo. And I get to show off because Kaiba and Virgil are new here. So let me flex a little. So I've been building Gundams since, what, 2020? And especially in our last apartment, I didn't have a lot of space. So I worked out a lot of solutions for how I could, like, build my Gundams without having, like, a dedicated space. So I got this Pelican case on sale, right? I guess the camera got bumped too much this way. There we go. All right, that's better. No wonder I couldn't show you all the stuff. So I got this Pelican case, right? And again, I got it on sale. It wasn't expensive, but it means I have my little build kit, which I can take anywhere. So I've got glue. I've got light ink and dark ink for doing panel lining. All of my specials, which I use the most, especially ink removal pen, which is, if you haven't seen this, I'd love to say I'm sponsored by these guys, but I'm absolutely not. It is a GM300, and you just brush it over any ink work that's gone awry and then clean it with a Q-tip. It's just amazing. And yeah, this is my fancy little tools box. This is my flex. bear with me a second. I'm going to keep the chill tunes going. I've been going through like a cyber future funk vibe of late, but I don't know. I think I need the smooth jams. I need to not embrace the chaos tonight. You know what I'm saying? Lizzie, I can hear you laughing already. No, I know. All right, there we go. So that's my little toolkit, and I use that so that if I'm putting stuff together, and then there we go. So Virgil, we have two places. We have Creation Celebration, and we have what's called No Grey November, which is an No Grey November was a challenge my friend Christian started 1,000 years ago, and it's like Ninu Remo, but for people that make miniatures. And the goal is this: you have to finish every mini, every model kit, every crafting kit thing that you have before November. No one has ever completed this challenge. And I claim to do this every feckin' year. And Dustin Watto, and welcome. But so we tend to put a lot of our miniature work there, partially, I don't know, for the self-delusion of it all. The Mental Monk, it is mildly impossible, and Fred has actively threatened that if I ever get down to like 1 or 2 kits, Fred's going to send me stuff. So somehow I'm going to have to like run into the woods when I get down to my last few kits. Okay. Ugh, we are building beefcake arms. So, and once again, whoever it was that used the Final Fantasy font for this instruction booklet is a hero. Yes, Study Kiwi, one day I'll win, but it is not this day. Sadlin, how can you say something that's simultaneously so supportive and so threatening? There we go. Get backlit, Will. Okay, Dr. Beefcake Arms. Alright, what sprues are we gonna need? N, K, M, N, K, and M. Alright. N, M. Where's my K's at? There's an F. Wait, do we need K or K2? K1, alright. Don't worry about it. Jesus. Going into the feckin' depths here. It's L. A. K1. There we go. All right. So Nessa, I hope things are going good with yourself. Nessa, I meant to blep at your good self. How are you set for Friday? Fred, here's the thing. I am genuinely afraid of your ability and reach. Like, I am genuinely going to have to hide in the woods when we get towards the end. And Kyber Wolf apparently went missing for a week in the woods once. I went... I didn't go missing. I ran off into the woods because I once got too drunk and stoned. That was a night. And then when they found me, I came back. All I did was just repeatedly sing the Duel of Fates opening, followed by "Do You Know the Tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise?" And I don't think Fiona's forgiven me for that. Megaboss, that's a big old compliment. Megaboss was saying this has my mum doing cross-stitch vibes. Feck yeah. I don't know. There's a certain decadence to being able to sleep while somebody is just like ambiently crafting and just like being. I'm sure there's some reason in the human psyche as to why we like it when there are people about while we're trying to sleep. And if I'm even hitting an iota of that vibe, then I'm real happy. It's one of our few hard and fast rules on the Longship is we respect when people can actually get sleep, you know. We have a special little voice channel called Shh, I'm Sleeping. Not as a punishment, but as like as a mark of honor. You who could sleep where we could not. Abu says, I love building stuff, but I barely have a kelf to finish products. Well, what kind of buildings? Because I did something the other day. Because I have a lot of Gundams. And I really enjoy the process of building. I'm happy they're around after, but that's not the joy of it, right? So I took one of my SD Gundam kits that I built, which is, you can look at the build of it on TikTok. And I took it to this cute little thing that some kids are doing down the road, which is like a box of mysteries. The idea is it's take a mystery, leave a mystery. And the idea is just that. You can take one random thing, but you have to leave a random thing. And some of the random things have been hilarious, like actual like Shania Twain CDs and merch from the Seattle Metro, but also like, you know, little bubble blowers and some tiny little figures and stuff. There was a knockoff Optimus Prime in there for a bit, so I put one of my SD Gundams down there. I then, by pure crazy random happenstance, met the parent whose kids run it, and it turns out the little SD Gundam I put in there was very, very popular, so much so that the kids had a little bit of a fight over it. And jumping back in, yeah, Megaboss. Pokemon Sleep is the hardest PvP game this year. No joke. Hey, Virgil, thank you for the lurk, and it's lovely to meet you, yo. These late night streams are usually just kind of like the European regulars, which is very much like Metal Gear Solid, like European Extreme, European Regular. So it's the regulars, but more difficult. Okay, where's that K? Actually, I should clean up some of my my shoddy line work. Chef says this is perfect for you as an Aussie. Yeah. I mean, it's like, what, 4 o'clock in the afternoon for you, right? Give or take? 5 in the afternoon for Chef. Megaboss, it's 9:30 in the morning there. Lovely. Well, I'll try not to get too drunk so it doesn't make it weird for you all. There's a certain depravity about being absolutely wankered at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm not saying I haven't done it, I'm just... Kybal is at their desk. Haha. Your tiny Tamagotchi is building Gundams and drinking. Someone is going to ask you sensible work questions. And I'm going to be over here getting weird with my tiny robots. Excuse me. Oh no. Well, okay, so Dice Goddess, and I'm glad we can keep you company. Because, like, I know that vibe well. Sorry, you can't really see the full-on detail in the way I have it, just so I can see without cutting my fingies off. But for those who are new here, I pre-ink stuff while it's on the sprue, rather than waiting until after, because I find I can cover more ground by basically just getting drunk and inking in all the details. And then usually there isn't that much to clean up, even if I'm really sloppy with it. And especially once I have these feckin' GM pens, plus a bunch of Q-tips, it's so easy to clean up. Now, I did make a few mistakes whilst doing this one originally, so I'm gonna have to do like a secondary inking pass later. It's fine. Okay. Well, okay, so Catastros. What are we talking coffee-wise? Are we talking drip? Are we talking like a fancy stovetop? On my days off where I don't have to do anything specifically, I've got like a little stovetop espresso pot. It's just god tier. Love it. Rear Dog, I mean, I tend to get just the sparkling water variant. The lime is nice. The others are, you know, take it or leave it. But I haven't had a chance to try their, is it like the tea variants? The iced tea ones they were doing? I did ask Liquid Death if they'd like to sponsor our streams, and they have not responded. So, if you or someone you know owns Liquid Death, tell them to sponsor my dumbass. I can't always afford to get their products because I am poor. And I'd like to pour more of their beverage. Dice Goddess says they don't do coffee, but they had a Rockstar Boom Whipped Strawberry. Oh. Hey, Chorby, are you still here? I know it's quite late. Is there a lurking, crouching Chorby hidden streamer? Sorry, that was bad. Hey, Damien, I do what I do. Oh, Damien, what would it take to get you onto Sea of Thieves? Like, what is currently stopping you from sailing on the Sea of Thieves? Is it hardware? Is it software? You know what? I think this is okay for now. I can clean up the rest of it later. K10. Boosh. Okay. In that regard, I say balls. Because, I mean, okay, it's late night Sea of Thieves. Sorry, it's late night stream, not late night Sea of Thieves. So I feel I can talk with you all a bit candidly. So, Kyball, to answer your first question, yes, I'm absolutely press ganging people into the Sea of Thieves. But I realised a couple weeks ago that Sea of Thieves has done something I've been trying to do since, like, Kyball, you remember back when me and Christian were doing YouTube videos? I had this idea, and the idea was In the Nest with Will. It was going to be a talk show / podcast, but it was going to take place inside DayZ, where I was going to invite guests to join me in a sniping nest in DayZ. And so we'd natter, but then also avoid getting our faces shot off, right? I never succeeded at that. It was also a fucking terrible idea, because DayZ is not conducive to good conversation, right? But the idea of, like, hitting that emergent gameplay plus talk show kind of stuck around. And then I hadn't really realized it, but that was basically what the Blackout Club was, right? Hey, look, Krill, in my defense, I was playing a lot of DayZ at the time. The Creative Assembly actually had our own DayZ squad. I don't want to say clan. That feels a little bit aggrandizing, but how are we doing that? So that one's there. Alright, this goes into here. Oh, okay, this goes into here. And locks into here. Okay. Alright, start building this arm. We were called the Enfield Daves, because those are the two things we had shitloads of, were Enfield rifles and blokes named Dave. At one point, we had 4 Daves. And Varials, we will sail again. But what I realized is that I've not been able to do dev interview streams quite as consistency as I'd like. I actually had to cancel a dev stream because with the animals being very, very chaotic, I didn't want to have a repeat of the some of the low quality streams we've had. Oh god, what are you putting up? The Daves I know. Actually, if you look back far enough in the Longship YouTube channel, you can see the Enfield Daves recruitment video. Anyway. I've realised that Sea of Thieves has basically become that. And, I don't know. I'm never going to be a kingmaker. I've come to terms with this. I'm not willing to be mainstream enough to be a great kingmaker. But, like Damien, I don't know if you saw, but we had Patrick fucking Gill on the show the other day. And I'm still reeling from that. And, like, the idea of being able to bring people from across the games industry together in one space, whilst also in the Sea of Thieves, I think is really cool. And, I mean, I hope you don't mind me saying, but, like, Damien, your style of game... Actually, you and Varials would get on very well. You both have a style of game that you have to play it to understand it, which makes it really fucking bad to market, but great to experience, you know? I would say both of you have that matching point of when people are fans of your games, they are fans. They get it. And if I can help show that to other spheres of the industry, then shit, like, that's pretty cool. M5. So yeah, like, if I can use it to introduce you to people, then fucking great. Or more precisely, introduce them to you. Dice Goddess, like, when Nick was like, oh yeah, I told my friend to come hang out, I was just like, Nick thinks I'm cool enough to invite people here. Oh no, now I have to actually try. Oh, Varials, that's feckin' great to hear. And Krill, we all live together. We stole that from Warframe and we own it. But it's how we do, you know? I don't know what video games are going to look like this time next year. The death of Twitter is going to have bizarre repercussions that I can't even predict. But the loss of Screenshot Saturday and the loss of a lot of institutions that were based around having one central communication hub, I don't know. We, as both people in the... sorry, Salin, you're right. The death of X. Oh, I'm so sorry. But we as both professionals and individuals are going to end up being responsible for helping our friends succeed even more than ever before. And I'm not putting the opus on you, I'm telling you all how I feel on this. I feel like I'm going to have to work a lot harder to make my friends' games sell better, you know? And Damien, that's all good, friend. That's all good. Oh, where's O? I think O might be gold. That's J. Oh, we're getting fucking fancy with it. Okay, yeah, there are 2 bouts of O. Okay. The gold on this one's got almost like a pre-shade to it because of how they coated it. So I'm not going to ink that one. Anyway, sorry, I went off on a tangent. So yeah, so Damien, if you ever have the hardware to do so, I'd love to steal you for a Sea of Thieves night. I want to start doing more chat show content and more stuff. Sorry, I hate saying content. I would love to do more things where I can invite people like yourself and Varials to just come on and talk and banter. But that's also a hard thing to get people invested in. The Longship care, but like, I don't know. If I could come up with a format that was good enough, that would just be like an instant win, that's the mystical dream, you know? And before you ask, no, I am not going to be the Eric Andre of video game shows. Yes, I've thought about it. As an ex-Jackass kid, believe me when I say that thought crosses my mind more than I'm proud to admit. God, I love undergated stuff. Just gonna not fuck it up now. Get Eric Andre on the Sea of Thieves. With love and respect, that sounds like the equivalent of the get banned on Sea of Thieves any percent run. Who shot indie games? It's just me with a gun. Yeah, I'm sorry to inform you, that's the spoiler at the end of the movie. I killed indie games. It pans back and it's the ending monologue from Indie Game the movie, and I'm just behind the camera with a shotgun. I don't know why that's so funny to me. I am so sorry. Who killed video games? Will did. Ba 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 ba. You have a time machine. You know what that means? Yay! You have to go back in time and stop indie games. What? No. Oh, why do you not put up with me? Dice Goddess, and I really hope you get to. You know. I don't know if I'm one of the cool, but I'm definitely down to be everybody's industry friendo, you know? Oh, okay, so all of these pieces go into the arm casing, and then... Where is your housing? Oh, there we go. God, look at this. I didn't realise we're spending this much time on somebody's mechanical nipple. It's gotta be. Mech nipples! Coming this summer! Dice Cutter says they finally have one released game and feel like I can really go now. Wait, did the lo-fi beats to make puzzles 2, did that drop? I'm so sorry if I missed the launch on that one. K17. Krill says, it was like the idea of being the connective tissue between multiple cool spaces. And I think that's a fair title. At the very least, because, like, you and Fred are very wrestling, and I love it, but I'm not there. Like, I've only got so many hours in a day, and I want to be a wrestling fan, but I'd need to invent a new day of the week. Please insert your best stupid Smarch weather impression here. So I just kind of have to live vicariously through a lot of you. So that's why I do like... Sailor says they don't like watching wrestling, but they fucking love documentaries about them. Getting to experience wrestling through peeps like Chorby and Krill and Fred is the best. I remember tuning into Chorby's breakdown of it was a fight between two Japanese wrestlers in an abandoned building somewhere in Tokyo. And the fight just like it spools out into the varying places between, and like they take turns like throwing each other into the fucking security shutters and things like that. There's no crowd. It's just this weirdly personal nonsense. And I don't know. I got thinking about the movie Kickboxer again. So, oh, okay. So that goes out like this. Fred, I think it was that one, but like, please correct me if I'm wrong. But just like, Krill, that's a weird thing that I wouldn't have been aware of without you all. Okay, sorry. It is nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. I wanted to make loud screeching noises, but I didn't because I'm a consummate professional. So the link that Dice Goddess just put forward. So Dice Goddess's first released game is an arcade art exhibition. Sorry, an arcade game inside an art exhibition. It's inside fucking Meow Wolf, the makers of Omega Mart and a bunch of other like incredible. I mean, shit. Where do you even start to begin to describe Meow Wolf's work? Like, holy shit in a handbag. That's incredible. Like, Dice Goddess. I mean, congratulations. Fucking yo, that's cool. Because, yeah, Damien, I remember Zalavid talking about about the meme of it. I want to make Oblivion's dialogue system an arcade game. Now, it's worth saying that Dice Goddess's work is in Meow Wolf, Texas. For those who don't know, Meow Wolf is the overarching company, and they have different installations in different places throughout the US. Omega Mart is in Area 15 in Vegas. That's their most famous project to date, but the other ones are fascinating as well. So, like, holy crud. Varial says, Omega Mart is where I live. That's my house. You know what, Varials? I don't doubt that for a second. Not for a second. Sorry, he's closing a gajillion tabs. Oh, okay. Alright, so I need O2 and M13, which is this one. God. I'm terrified about when I finally have to put together Gundam Phoenix. Sorry, Gundam Unicorn Phoenix. Because it's all shiny gold. I'm going to have such a difficult time with that. Varials, yeah. Once you go into the back rooms of Omega Mart, you never truly leave. Now, if you don't know, and this is entirely fine, because I always forget that I roll in very specific circles. So, Omega Mart is an exhibition you can go to in Vegas. You should go see it. However, they don't overtly advertise this, but there is an ARG-like minigame that you can play by talking to the staff, by interacting with the different weird, fucked up shit. There are also products you can buy, but if you want to do the ARG stuff, go early in the day, because it can take a while. Some of the stuff in Omega Mart is abrasively powerful, and you don't want to run out of time on the clock. That's all I really want to say on it, because I don't want to spoil anything. I'm not going to be able to go to Omega Mart for a while. I came close, and then life was like, So, if you go, have the best time, because you'll have to have the best time for me. Catastrophe. I saw that description of the title of it being called Daddy Issues the Game, and I'm like, but God of War already exists. The original trilogy was people working through their daddy issues, and the new games are people creating daddy issues for others. Okay. So flip it round. Okay, so there we go. We've got the little shiny gold bit there. And that should go together like this. And on this day, a new nipple was formed. A mechanical nipple of sorts. Damien said, much like real life, video games just hand down parental issues. Mentally healthy people don't make indie games. Okay, I'm sorry, it's late at night, I'm just gonna speak the truth. But, as my friend would say, people that had absolutely perfect healthy childhoods don't make indie games. And I am not immune to this critique either. Just letting you all know. The intelligence and creativity to make games, but not the money to go to therapy. Welcome to the indie scene. Varials. That needs to be your back of the box quote. Sorry, Varials was saying, guys would literally make a whole video game instead of going to therapy. That meme is about Varials directly. Try not to laugh while I'm cutting shit. How did Will lose a finger? Oh, Varials is making therapy jokes. The rest is history. Sorry, I need 15 as well. I was too busy laughing at that one. Like, don't get me wrong. I have not succeeded on Twitch.television because I'm an emotionally healthy individual. This is well documented. But I try and be honest and open about it. If I get health insurance again, I'll definitely not wait to try and get therapy stuff sorted. Well, so Krill, there's this thing that a lot of people have spoken about, which I think is where and I don't mean this as a diss, but I think there's a legitimacy to it. The emotionally unhealthy elements of indie game development, basically coming from, it's not even arrogance, it's just blind face rolling that, especially for individuals that are in mentally unhealthy situations when they start making video games, like, sorry. Every time, knowing how hard it is to make a game can often be the largest hurdle towards starting, and when people are in strange headspaces or young enough to not know how much it's going to hurt, that can often be the easiest way to get making games. No, and kind of the same could be said about music entirely. I don't know music like I know games, you know? I'm not going to be able to ever critique anyone's like musical inspirations or what gets them to that point, you know? Because I am I am the exact opposite of musically talented. Like, my musical skills are so lacking that I actually siphon skill away from others by existing. Oh, and Krill, good on you. I get Varials, you're not wrong. The reason why, you know, quirky game about depression exists as a subgenre is because it's a time when you're not really putting thought into what it's actually going to take to deliver the thing. And it can be a very good distraction from, you know, IRL stuff. Turn! Sorry, I was going to make sure I haven't biffed this joint before I continue. Things you can say about Gundam building and smoking your friends out at a party. Okay, should be like that. Alright, so we need 0, 5, and 6. Cool. 5 and 6 there. Oh. Sorry, friends, I didn't mean to bring up such a heavy topic. It's an age-old thing of, like, a lot of people create art for a lot of different reasons, but a lot of the time it's to be able to say the things that they can't, you know? Neil Gaiman's whole speech about when life gets shit, make good art, I think is a really positive way of looking at the same data, you know? If shit is getting on top of you and everything sucks, make art. If you're in a situation emotionally and you can't put it to words and you don't feel like you have anybody to talk to, you know, seek help from your friends in therapy. But if you can't do that, make art. You know, it's always going to be the heartfelt stuff that ends up being found. So, you know. Bring the thunder. God, this is fiddly. Sorry. Here I am spouting motivational bollocks at 1 o'clock in the morning. You all know this. I apologize. I don't mean to sound patronizing or, like, obvious. There's a specific brand of individual online whose whole thing could be described as white guy says obvious or wrong thing loudly. And sometimes it's very, very disheartening to see these individuals have like hundreds of thousands of followers. I can only hope ironically, but it's not always the case. Okay, so this is like that. So that means this locks into the arm like this, right? Ah, okay. So it doesn't have hydraulics, it has this, okay. It's not hydraulics, it's this faux kind of shiny effect that makes it look hydraulic. That's why I fucking love Gundam stuff. It's so fucking cool. L? Oh, man, who brought L into this bullshit? Hey, Mega Boss, shower, sleep, have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. Yeah, Damien, abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to get into nonsense heavy topics. Trying to think of a very, very good banter point to roll from. Because I do want to go get myself some more wine in just a second. Because this is essentially my Sunday night, so I'm drinking with you lot rather than drinking alone. as I try and find the L's. G, M, N. I'll need you lot in a sec. F. Effing wet. You effing wet. There's the C's. There's the F's. We'll keep those together. A. Ah. L. It's because it's the jet black stuff. That's why we haven't encountered it. As a complete aside, friends, there's this great feeling whenever you're Gundam building where you start clearing sprues, and I don't know a better way to describe it, but it's exactly like the same feeling as the puzzle cascade from point-and-click adventures. That moment where, because one puzzle is solved and clicked, you've already obtained all the information and story, and then all the other puzzles just solve like back to back to back to back, making you feel like a fucking genius. This has that same vibe. Hang on, I'm going to cut this bag open. Bloody careful. Clearing screws was an IKEA phenomenon. Okay, I've actually not heard that one before, but a lot of friends have been my IKEA friends, if you know what I mean. I'm not good at high-stakes Lego, but they are. Sorry, we're all familiar with the term high-stakes Lego to mean IKEA builds, right? I hope so, because I love that term. Okay, so it's only this bit that's coming through, though. Okay, so gold bit there. Oh, there we go. God, I love how they do this. So basically what happened there was the black bar goes in sideways, gets turned around and clipped, and it gives the perception as this moves around of like a hydraulic system. I freaking love it. All of it. But that's one shoulder piece done. Apparently that just locks in. Okay, so that's not in far enough. Lol. There we go. Whew. There's one thing you don't have to do with Warhammer is quite this level of like, click it till it feels like it's about to fucking snap in your hands. That feels very broken right now. Okay. There we go. That's the good click. Alright, check him out. He has one great big nipple plus whatever this shoulder's going to be. Whew. Man, Beefcake Arms, just give me a fucking workout over here. I'm going to go get some more wine, friends. I'm going to ponder on conversation topics and whatnot. I'll leave you with the work so far on Beefcake Arms. I'm going to do this whole section again here, and if you think about it, like we were talking about scheduling in video games for like, I don't know, an hour and a half. This bit here just took an hour. Beef, beef, beef. The Gundam that says, what if skip every leg day? What if every leg day is optional? Catastrophe, I'm not sure what you mean, but I'll be back with you all in just a moment. Because I am going to go get myself some wine. Don't go anywhere. Hey, making sure the tune is.
Sneaky bits. More sneaksy bits.
You absolute feckin' terrors. Oh, Kimball, sincerely thank you. And Catastros, feckin' yo. Thank you both, alright? Nah, you got rumbled. You got rumbled. See, what you need to do, you need to drop it and then get people to natter so I don't see it. Because, like, I'm a little bit sleepy. I wouldn't say I'm drunk, but I'm definitely drinking. I would have missed it. And I think Lizzie's asleep, so, like, no one would have ratted you out. You could have pulled off this. I don't know. What is it? Is it a heist? Got too many cats to herd. Not like you have to do that for your feckin' job. Sturdy Kiwi. What's bits? But a miserable pile of secrets. Reverse heist. Break into someone's house and leave them with great wealth. Oh, I don't know. If any of you have a gigantic chest of cursed gold that you wish to pour on the longship, I'll never stop you. Okay, so is there a second M? There is. Alright. So I gotta put these ones to one side because the K's will have their variants. Alright. M, N, and the other O. No, sorry, I didn't mean that to sound like fishing. It was more like, I don't know, I've been having a lot of daydreams recently about what I'd love to do if I had inordinate amounts of wealth, and none of it is the, you know, I wouldn't buy a house, I probably wouldn't do much for myself. But God, there's so many people. There's so many people I'd love to do stuff for. I didn't get into a fight with a friend about this, but I was talking with someone earlier today about how when I get sad, what I'll do is I sit on like Amazon and eBay. Okay, it's mostly Etsy. And what I do is I make lists of gifts for people for the future. Very rarely will I be able to afford them, but it's this lovely idea, like, if I could. And someone said that, you know, that's a very people-pleasing maneuver, and I got very salty because I was like, no, it's not about people-pleasing. I don't need them to like me. It's not about... It's a daydream, it's an idea, it's what I would do if I had stupid money, you know? Does that make a weird sense, or am I getting into the loopy late night thoughts? Anyway, sorry, jumping back in. Kind was saying they found something on Twitter. I mean, the artist formerly known as Twitter. This week's gonna be wild. Sorry, you're a burglar and you would only steal something that is a minor inconvenience. What would you choose? Oh, every single USB to power converter. You know the little nubbins where you plug the USB in and then plug it into the wall? I would steal every one of those. Fred, I didn't want to start up the Elon's a fucking idiot conversation again, but your jokes earlier about the difference between X.com and XCOM. Someone said to me earlier today that they sincerely hope that DMC comes out of retirement just to sue him because when he said X is going to give it to you, he did not refer to this particular scenario. Damien would have gone with the toilet. Oh, Damien, that's actually better. The toilet paper roll holder, because you'll never remember to rebuy it. You'll only remember when you sit down and the toilet roll is just on the side of the tub or on the sink. Climball says toilet handle was my choice. Oh, you call me evil? You wish to leave people with the unflushables? I'm just going to make it so that their phone battery gets down to like 7 or 6%. You're leaving them with true darkness. Oh. Catastrophe says 1 sock from every pair. I'm already doing that. Today's sock combination was a salmon from Seattle and some Perforce socks I got from GDC. I was going to wear the Perforce socks with the Take This socks, but those ones are extra fluffy and they're more like winter socks. For the record, most of my socks come from games industry or games industry adjacent brands. That's how cool I am. Dice Code says the anklets from shoelaces. Is those like the little metal hooks? Rear dog, yo. I mean, sadly, my Fat Shark socks and all my Unreal socks are starting to show their age. Kybal tin openers? Oh, that's vicious. Fuck. I realised that... So, obviously, from the babysitting stuff yesterday, I haven't told any of you the funny stories. Because, like... I don't spend much time with kids. I don't understand them. I don't really like them. They're like things that look like people, but you can't talk to like people. But whatever. The kid that we were looking after is not... He's not difficult. He's not a pain in the arse. But there were 2 things I do need to share from you from yesterday. So one was, as I was saying earlier, he was showing me his Minecraft mods. Not his Minecraft world, but the different modifications he has and stuff like that. And one of them was a special pack of different kinds of TNT. And one of them was called like TNT times 100. A super explosive that we would eventually use to crash the server he was on. So rest in pepperoni, whose ever server we were on. But that's not the point. The point was he lays it up, sparks this TNT off, flies up into the sky. It wipes out a fucking mountain. And I was like, hey Fiona, we're doing Minecraft Oppenheimer in here. Obviously the kid didn't get it, but I couldn't stop laughing. And through tears of chortling, I had to say, I am become death, destroyer of Minecraft. I think I'm very funny. The other one was, because, I mean, this kid's like 10, right? And the height and pinnacle of apparently 10-year-old humor is your mum jokes. So I forget what he said. I forget what the tee-up was. Sorry, I'm racking my brain to give you the full picture of this. But think it went down along the lines of, all right, I asked him, what game do you want to play? And he said, I want to play the game of your mum. And I don't know why I went into the dark pit, but I was like, well, that's going to be more like sandcastles than anything else, because my mother is very deceased. I don't actually know if my mum's cremated or not, but the idea of that made me chortle from that scene from Dracula Dead and Loving It. Fiona immediately just fucking dies laughing. Because, like, I've guilt countered Fiona with the your mum jokes in the past. It's been funny, but for this one, obviously from the mouth of babes, Fiona couldn't stop laughing, and I think I'm funny, so I'm laughing. This kid had no idea why we were finding it so funny. So of course, as the way that children do, they hit upon something that was funny, so they kept belting out your mum jokes. I'm going to wait till he's like a teenager, and I'm going to remind him that, hey, remember that time you stayed with us? Yeah, you were hanging around at our house, and you made nothing about jokes about my deceased mother. You little fuck. I'm going to have a great time. Oh, sorry, jumping back. Damien said they once had a roommate who just had got a knife and stuck it straight in the handle for a toilet. God, that sounds like a punk house. I once accidentally pulled someone's toilet seat off at a house party. I was extremely drunk, so I don't remember. Also, wherever Lord Lost and Found acquired the Don't Look Dead Inside toilet, it's inspired. If you didn't see it, they put it in general a while back, and it looks like hands of zombies pressed against sandblasted glass, frosted glass, but only on the inside and the seat of the toilet. So it's some real like haunted house shit. Pun absolutely intended. I should get to these nubbins rather than just drinking and telling stories. Now, obviously, I wouldn't like record kids' reactions. I think it's a very grotesque thing that has sprung up. You know, using kids for content. But if I was ever going to, the other thing was this little Wian. He's still playing through Breath of the Wild, but he asked me like, "Hey, can I play Tears of the Kingdom?" I was like, "Hey, so you know, this is directly after the end, and if you don't mind spoilers, that's entirely fine. I can just give you my cartridge." And his little face in the opening section when the world just opens up. Friends, that's why we do what we do. I don't think that feeling is lost in grown-ups. I just think that we're not as good as showing it. But just like seeing the raw, unedited person of experiencing just that scope and scale of open world game all at once. God, it just gives you fucking hope, you know? I often feel for all the game devs that have kids because like they end up with the juxtaposition of having this fresh perspective come into their lives, but not having the time to then create the same amount of art that they would have prior. Not without becoming one of those, like, you know, Dickensian dads. Ah, yes, little Tim, I see you've come in to say goodnight. Well, how did you do today? What's that? 30 seconds of interaction? Well, that's more than enough. To bed with you now. Alright. You're making me sound sinister, Kindball. I didn't mean it. I'm not good with kids, alright? I've been acutely aware of that for most of my existence. I wasn't a good child. You know, the prequel wasn't ideal. So yeah, I don't really know how to... I don't know how kids be. But it's mildly fascinating. Dice Goddess was saying that when they were working on a game with Nick, they would have their oldest playtester builds and get feedback. That is feckin' useful. It is always a good reminder of like the things that we take for granted. So going back to the Wii, like the thing that he's stuck on in Breath of the Wild is the Ninja Clan hideout. I forget their fucking name. I only just encountered them in Tears of the Kingdom, and took me like 10 tries to beat this like 2v1 fight. But yeah, and so I realised that because the kid's, a child, that there's no reason he'd know that wearing big, heavy, clanking plate mail would make it difficult to sneak around these ninjas, because I think he's at the mandatory stealth section. And also, like, one of the core elements of that game, completing shrines to get more either health or stamina. How you doing, Eagle Lives? Good morning to you, friend. I'm just working on some Gundams and chatting with everybody. For some reason, these lovely Mother Hubbards are putting up with me talking at them. Do not ask me why. But yeah, no, Dice Goddess. The Yuga Clan hideout is specifically hard. Unless you go and get the feckin' stealth outfit. Get that nice stealth bonus. Nom down on some of the stealth potions and whatnot. But it was interesting looking at things that are common sense to people that have been living out of video games for so long, and just getting that little reminder. Oh dear Lord. Well, Dadreamer, I hope you're not staying up on my account, friend. I will admit that I get to sleep at like 4 or 5 most nights, but like, the only parental thing that I'll ever say is, I'm not a role model. Don't do as I do. That'll do for now. I can always clean it up later. Hey, I mean, Eagle, both you and Kimble have to put up with me during like daylight hours. What's up with that? Also, Damien, and I apologise, I don't just drag you... Well, I mean, you showed up of your own volition, but I don't just usually drag you into streams and conversations and whatnot just to talk up your works. Sorry, I'm just making sure I didn't miss a step in that last bit. No, we're good. But I did want to say that one of the fascinating things about your titles is that from a control standpoint, there's no assumed knowledge, because with a lot of your works, the confusion and obfuscation is part of the experience. I think that's interesting. Megaboss, I did see Mini Motorways and Mini Metro have their 10th anniversary today, and they're doing crossover content. Oh yeah, and Dice Goddess, like jumping back, the animation on both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom deserves celebration. It's not the best in the business, but they absolutely master how much they convey with so little time. Okay, sorry. I need to get into the K's. So I was having that little divide by zero face. K11. Oh yeah, no. And Dice Goddess. That just paints you as a person of taste. God, Wind Waker was exceptional. I don't mean to bring up heavy stories, but I've already, made dead mum jokes. So the reason why Breath of the Wild was such an important game for me was it was basically what I was playing when I went back to the UK to, when my mother went into palliative care. So I'm very proud of the fact that I fucking broke a telly in a shitty Holiday Inn so I could hook up my Switch and play it on the TV. Still very proud of that. But it caused me to pay a lot of attention to the subtle details to Breath of the Wild. So it was the perfect kind of engagement at like just the right time for me. So it's also why I didn't want to stream it, because I'm having a great time with it. And actually, I haven't had like a big feelsy cascade, but for as lovely as you all are, it's not your responsibility to look after me when I'm, you know, having a big old sad times cascade, you know what I mean? Those ducks need delivering, Krill. Those ducks need delivering. They sure as heck aren't going to deliver themselves. God, yeah. Oh, sorry. Eagle Lives was just saying that Zelda's had an insane level of consistency. Like, God. When I think through all of them, like, Link's aimbow training is about the only thing I can think of that was not up to superstar status, and that wasn't bad. Like, Four Swords is brilliant. It's just the amount of hardware and concentration about the hardware and people that you need in one place to play it. Which one was Faces of Evil? Sorry, Megaboss, I'm drawing a blank. But that's probably tiredness and wine. M6 and O. Salem says you can make a pretty good argument about Zelda 2. You know what? No lies detected. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. And I guess Zelda on the CDI as well. Oh no, Sadlin, I'm counting them. I'm counting them because I'm allowed. Dice was saying that something they wanted to do was go through and play all the games they felt were influential to them growing up, with pals in the order that they played them. Would start with Vegas Dream, where I learned to gamble at the age of 5. Have you met Zalavir? I feel like you'd get on. You know what, Dice Goddess? I think it's viable because in a lot of mediums, sometimes the things that we revisit as adults are very, very... Hey! Putting a night in Night, Valen. How are you doing, friend? Come on in. Come on in. What's up is we're working on Beefcake Arms here. We were just about to start talking about games that influenced us as Weans, going back to them and kind of like breaking them down. There we go. Sorry, I'm trying to get the light so you all can see what I'm up to. More importantly, Night Valen, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. Yeah, Salem, we are going to do Four Swords at some point. It's going to be rad. For me, I consumed games at such a breakneck speed that it's hard to point to specific ones without really thinking about it, you know? The big ones probably being Jedi Knight, Total Annihilation, Wario Land, Creatures, Road Rash on the CDI, Panzer Dragoon Saga, Guardian Heroes, Sonic 3. Yeah. Damien's been playing Legend of Mana again. I always want to say Mana just to be an arse. And it's weird how it impacted it. Need to get into Chrono Cross again. Yes. Krill was saying, yeah, Manic Mansion and Day of the Tentacle. Fuck you, Day of the Tentacle. Never has a game fecked with me with puzzles, and I've loved it in the process. Like, so Asari Greenfire, who is one of our regulars, always recommends Discworld, the point-and-click adventure. And Discworld point-and-click adventure is great. Eric Idle plays Rincewind and does a wonderful performance. Kind of came from that period where like the ex-Pythons were doing a whole bunch of stuff. So like Discworld the game, the Starship Titanic, stuff like that. I don't know who their agent was, but apparently just fucking love video games. However, in a time before internets, if you did not have the game facts for Discworld, the point-and-click adventure, it is an exercise in agony and futility, even if you know Discworld back to front. Yeah, so Krill, what would be funny is if you could get hold of Discworld through purely legal means. I would never ever suggest that you download an ISO or acquire a reproduction copy. No, I would never ever tell you to do that. But if you do, look up nothing. And learn that Moon Logic be mean once more. Not that you don't know that, I know you went through the classic point and clicks, but if you want to feel like an idiot child again. Sorry, jumping back in, Salem sent their pinnacles were River City Ransom, Legacy of the Wizard, MechWarrior 2. Oh, mine was MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries. StarCraft, yep. Netstorm, didn't find out about that till way later. Diablo 2, Monkey Island, and various trader games. Quake, Half-Life, Jesus, yeah. Half-Life shaped me as a person. Quake, God, I never got the X-Men and Nerf expansions for Quake, but I played the demos to the point where like the bits fell off. God, Mega Man Battle Network spoke to me of this era of like fresh RPGs that we were supposed to get for the rest of forever, and it turned out it was just a couple of games like that and Golden Sun on the GBA. You know, I was there singing "Times They Are a Changin'" as we were moving away from the traditional like turn-based, or even the charge bar, the action bar turn-based of Final Fantasy. Nah, it just turned out there was just a few people doing cool shit at the time. Salem still has Bid for Bower, the Dragon Ball Z mod for Quake on a disc somewhere. Yo. The Counter-Strike competitor for Quake 3 that I played religiously, that was another one. Oh, I'm gonna have to ink this later. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine, don't even worry about it. Okay. So this goes in this way, okay. Ironically, these weird little things here aren't actually nipples. They're exhaust vents out the back. Things that I have to say during Gundam streams. Night Villain says they do miss Counter-Strike with buddies, paying like $50 to spend a whole night at gaming caf. Yeah. Sometimes there are parts of gaming that you can only really experience at the time. There's talk about how whatchamacallit, BattleBit Theatre? No, BattleBlock Theatre is what I'm thinking of. Oh my life. The Battlefield indie remake that's been doing gangbusters, which actually looks like a lot of fun. That has up to like 200 people a server matches, and they've just announced that private servers are on the way. Now, Krill, I played the absolute hot heck out of Duke. Well, I thematically, it still needs highlighting its like rampant bollocks, but in terms of like level design, it's so good. God, I can't wait till we do House.wad, because my House.wad shows that like Duke wasn't just a lucky like strike. Like, that team knew what they were doing, and they went in with intent. The way they made that engine do stuff it was never meant to do, I'll always be impressed by that. Quake was a big one for me because one of my stepdad's friends came, installed Quake on our rig, perfectly legally, of course, but password locked settings files to force me to play WASD because I'd been such a Duke and Doom kid. I was used to arrow keys and just keyboard. Oh, yeah, sorry, Megaboss. Absolutely agreeing. And Dice Cutter says their first JRPG was called Luna 2 Eternal Blue on the PlayStation. God, I'm trying to think what my first... what would be described as a JRPG was. I don't know if you'd consider Mega Man Legends, Final Fantasy Legends to be a JRPG. If you would, that would probably be my first. The first one that I could say definitively it was a JRPG was Phantasy Star. I don't remember if it was 2 or 3. For those of you who don't know, before Phantasy Star was online, it was a very 90s anime JRPG. I mean, Magitech, silver flowing locks, vaguely Fey-like characteristics. It also had a combat system that RPG Maker would emulate, where you had the icons of your team and the enemies in front of you. So in the early games, your characters wouldn't physically attack; you'd just see the VFX of the attack. Okay, Katastros learned to do Wasad in Jedi Academy. Strong. Krill had a childhood friend who was the Sega kid. So I was the Sega kid. My friend was the Nintendo kid, which is why I got to play like Bionic Commando and stuff like that. But like I played all of the big uns at other people's houses. But when I talk about things like Front Mission and Clock Tower and Chrono Trigger and stuff like that, I had played snippets of some, but most of them I played when I was, broken after my parental unit threw me out, which I obviously acquired through legal means. Obviously. Actually, sorry, stop me if I've told you this one, but I used to have a honkingly good retro collection, some of which is still in the UK. The stuff I kept for sentimental reasons and didn't sell to fund moving out to Seattle. But I used to get them from a retro game store in Hounslow. Now, if you don't know Hounslow, it is a pretty shifty part of London. It's not awful, but it's very shifty. And the reason I would go there is because there would be tons of mint collectors retro games, which is weird because like Hounslow is a very mainstream town. Oh, hey Vigil, it's been lovely chatting with you. I hope you've had yourself a lovely evening. We're usually Pacific time from we start at the moment we're starting more from 2 p.m, but I try to get started from noon. So yeah, if I see you on the morrow for some Deliver Us the Moon, then brilliant, but otherwise, cheers to you, and it's lovely to make your acquaintance. I'll talk Gundams with anybody. Anyway, the TLDR of the story was basically, I couldn't prove it, but I'm 100% sure most of the games I got from Hounslow, being mint copies of very, very weirdly retro titles, absolutely stolen as fuck. No, Eagle Lives, you can take the Gundam and you can funnel it into other stuff, like Zone of the Enders or MechWarrior. Okay, did I ever tell you all how I got my copy of MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries? My mate Stuart, 1,000 years ago, my mate Stuart was like, let's go to Guildford. Guildford's a pretty big town. If you grow up in the sticks, Guildford's massive. It's not as big as London or Blackpool or... I don't know why I use Blackpool as an example. Blackpool's a shithole. Newcastle, Edinburgh, Glasgow. Those are proper cities. Sadlin, we're about to talk about Phantom Crash, but this is MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries. But we are going to talk about Phantom Crash because that was one of the most glorious finds. Because when I got Phantom Crash, I had no idea what it was. But that's not the story. So, I'm in high school. So that means I've got to be sub 16, sub 17. And my mate Stuart's like, hey, do you want to come around mine on the weekend and we'll go into Guildford and we'll check out all the cool shit? Turns out my buddy Stuart wasn't the most reliable of Mother Hubbard, so I show up at his house in the fucking arse end of nowhere, and he's looking all sheepish, and he's like, yeah, I got in a fight with my mom. I didn't ask her about taking us to Guildford or taking us to the station so we could take the train to go to Guildford, and, you know, oopsie doodle. And me being naive as all hell and being very determined to go check out the game in Guildford, which I'd never been to, I was like, right, we're doing this. So we go ask his neighbours. None of his neighbours are in. And again, I cannot state how rural British this is. This is the tiny back roads where a tractor will obliterate you. Tiny back roads, UK. So we work out the distance to the train station to get us to Guildford, and we just start walking. And we just basically tried to hitchhike our way. The guy that stopped, and again, God, the naivety of youth. The guy that stopped, that actually picked us up, he had a car full of CRT monitors, like old school beige IBM CRT monitors. So much, in fact, that the back seat and the boot were completely taken up. And so he stops and he's like, look, I'll give you all a ride to where you going? Train station? Yeah. But you've both got to sit up front. So I had to sit in Stuart's lap for like 45 minutes. Okay, Keeper, welcome back. Like, I think back on some of the risks I have taken throughout my youth, and there are definitely things I shouldn't have done. But yeah, dude gave us a ride. He didn't murder us or make any untowards maneuvers. Stuart and I were both so teenage and British that we were incredibly uncomfortable the entire time. But we made it. We got our train tickets. We got to Guildford in time. I was a kid in a candy store. And yeah, no, I made it out with my spleen. I'm shocked. And the thing was, I was aware of MechWarrior, but I'd never seen copies that I could afford. And I saw MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries, and I remember, God, and you know how sometimes you wish you could teleport back in time and not change things, but like deal with like a customer service person or a person that you met as a child and just give them like 50 quid and be like, I'm so sorry. He was learning. This is a core memory for him. I would not stop quizzing this guy on whether or not you needed MechWarrior 2 first to be able to play Mercenaries. And he kept saying, the box says it's standalone. I went, yeah, but no. Like, I was aggressively in this guy's business because I wanted to make sure that if I got home, I would need to be able to play it. I knew enough. I was not a stupid kid, at least not when it came to video games. And, God, I mean, you just got to imagine this, like, 15-year-old kid, like, interviewing this poor guy at a fucking game station about MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries like it's the fucking test from Blade Runner. God. The cringe. I cringe so hard. But I got it. And MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries has definitely shaped a lot of what I think about games. And I don't mean that lightly. MechWarrior 2, to an extent, but Mercenaries is the one I know the best, has no qualms in you being wrong. Whoa, Salem, you have to tell me what a tortoise is first. MechWarrior 2 does this thing where you can swap out the engine of your mech, you can remove all the armor, you can put so many guns on it that it just falls over the moment you start. If you get your leg blown off, well, that's your problem. What are you going to do? So a lot of people will install jump jets so they can, like, bunny hop back in case they get their feeties destroyed. Like, you can put anything anywhere if there is space and weight to take it. And it means you can be wrong. And it's something that MechWarrior 3 did not as good, and subsequent MechWarrior games have been very stringent. It's like, no, this slot says you can put an autogun in, or some kind of ballistic weapon, so that's all you're allowed. 2 Mercenaries was like, fuck it, go nerds. It's your mech, you know? If you want to straddle a PPC in the cockpit, then fuck it. I'm not your dad. You might super fry yourself, but that's a you problem. Oh, Kiba says that their oldest is 13 and she's going through that time right now. Yo, I have the absolute respect for all of you parents hanging out. Like, I'm not against the raising of sproglets. I know I don't have the ability or cadence for it. Kaolu, the customization in 5 is possible. You know that thing of us like, I understand why they did it. Like, they're trying to do pre-Omni-Mech type stuff in 5, but it's like... And Sadlin, that is a much better way of putting it. Sorry, Sadlin phrased it like this. MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries was all about make yourself happy, however you define happy. And if that means you explode after you fire the first shot, then go have fun. God, yeah, the first time I alpha striked 5 PPCs, I thought I'd put enough heat sinks in, but the problem was the intense spike of heat at once. I made a fucking walking bomb. I made an explodey potato Timberwolf. The fun thing was, I could rapid fire PPCs with that build. If anyone scratched my armor, I was dead. But if I fired everything all at once, it was just like, sneeze, and the whole thing is gone. In Kaolu, yeah, you can still do some goopy stuff like replace machine guns with AC2s. But one of my favorite builds was, I called it, what was it? It was like the Storm or like the Hail Maker or something. And it was like 102 machine guns. 50 tons of machine guns. And enough armor to enough ammo to fire it for about 30 seconds. It wasn't about aiming. It was about being a menace. Spiller, sadly they don't let you replace the legs with artillery cannons. That's a strictly Gundam thing. And before Eagle Lives jumps in, I didn't intentionally bring it back around to Gundams. Somebody else did, which means it's not my fault. Salem saying their favourite build was a 10 light laser marauder, no armour, loads of heat sinks, and all the jump jets I could find. Yes! Airborne laser light show, let's fucking go! And look, no hate to video games that make things make sense. As much as I've said that I'm going to be mech dad for Armored Core 6, it's looking like Armored Core 6 might be actually surprisingly forgiving, at least comparable to previous Armored Core games, right? And I'm not against that. I think with some franchises, once it reaches a certain point in a player's ability, like giving them the option to make things that are dumb and silly, like opening that pit up is a lot of fun, you know? God. It's always impressive when Drunk Me of the past has done really good on the inking. Wow, mate. How did you do that? Because I know how much you drink. Okay. Well, Kaolu, that'll be interesting to look up. We did used to play MechWarrior Online a lot as a squad, but the problem is it's only really private matches that were fun. A lot of teams like Goon Squad and stuff like that pretty much dominated competitive play, or I should say the more competitive play. And there was very much a fleet doctrine when it came to mech builds, which is understandable. I don't know. I like the ridiculousness. I like the OTT that you can get to with MechWarrior. Was it Fall Guys that went free to play? Because we could do that. Like, we don't currently have a big thing planned for Saturday. That was one of the things that I was kind of jamming on when everybody got in, and I realised that once you get to the point where just everyone's throwing in random suggestions, it gets less and less helpful. But we've been talking about doing a Fall Guys Saturday for quite some time because it costs no money. Oh, okay, so Sadlin, how many people, is it still like 100 for total? Because, like, I'm happy to flip between contestant and shoutcaster for that. I mean, how about for the rest of you? And yeah, Sturdy Kiwi, it costs no money, is always a good opener. You can, it supports up to 50. Hey Damien, does your rig run Fall Guys? You wanna come be a ringer? Sorry to shift things over from mech talk to video games talk. Look at my wine. Hang on, put the cap on. Yeah, before you ask, yes, I am drinking my wine out of a sippy cup covered in dogs. No, I will not be explaining myself at this time. Well, Damien, if you've got the kit and want to give it a roll, I could. Well, okay, so Chef and Hookshot are currently Australia time, so I could reach out and see. Oh god, sorry, I just lent into the meme. For those who don't know, Rudism is based out of, or is from New Zealand. I don't know if he's working out of Australia at the moment, because I know he's changed studios, but there's a running joke in his lot, which is that he's Australian. But it might be time to reach out. For those who don't know, Rudism built a Fall Guys controller out of a little fallen guy. Okay. Sturdy Kiwi. There's the only way to get yourself fucking jobbed faster in New Zealand is to do a piss take haka. That is about the only way you could die faster. Sorry. Yeah, Study Kiwi, the joke is with Rudism's fans, they keep calling him Australian. That's their running joke. Sorry, I realised I wasn't explaining the inner workings there. Like, Study, I've only seen it I only saw it happen once, and it was some like drunken white guy, and I did not see what happened to him. But I mean, this is Longship After Dark. We can talk about the realities of the world. Most bouncers that work most like clubs and pubs are genuinely there to make sure that like drunken dickheads get thrown out and that paying customers get in and are safe. It is easier for them to treat situations with a level of, you know, dismissive, like, kindness. Like, alright, mate, you've had a little bit too much to drink, time to go home. They don't really want to start beef. However, in a lot of venues, if you do cross the line, they have ways. And usually, because they're the ones that run security, they know where the blind spots are. And, I saw this guy doing it, and I don't remember why he was doing it. It was outside of fucking Biggie's. We weren't even going to Biggie's. We weren't even going to that. The Biggie's was a pizza joint in Dunedin, but the upstairs was like a semi-fancy club. You know what, Sadlin? You're probably right. I guess all the bouncers I've spoken to have always been lovely, so I guess I'm just lucky. Or they just think that I'm whimsical. I don't know. With the TLDR being, I saw this guy in the haka outside of Biggie's and Donna's at the bouncers, and I saw him take the first 2 hits and then him get pulled out of like security camera range. Like, I don't know if he died, but I think he definitely regretted that choice for the rest of forever. Okay. It's just the little details on this little funnels and everything's so cool. I'm going to have to ink in the details here and here later, but that's a tomorrow problem. Okay, I've got to build this incredibly fiddly bad word again. Ooh, okay. Huh. Oh, sorry, the heart was, Sada was saying that, like, in the venues they used to frequent, like, the bouncers were itching for a scrap, and Sadlin, more often than not, was the diffuser. That's fascinating. Most of the venues I rolled in is, like, either the bouncers were, you know, people who were just, like, legit working to keep randos from coming in and starting shit, or they were just tired. They just wanted to get a paycheck and go home. So if anyone looked like they're going to start trouble, it's like, how do I diffuse this so I don't have to fucking deal with stuff? Oh, it's where you work, not a patron. Okay. I never worked any place that had a bouncer. All the bars I worked at and pulled pints for, they were all like ale places, so old man pubs. Worst we got was the guys coming over from like India and Pakistan and that swath of the world where they hadn't been able to drink freely before, and like it was one of their first or second nights out, but they were the most lovely patrons of all time. They got ratted so fast and they were so happy to be there. And like, you have to understand, this wasn't a cool place. This was an old man pub in the East End of London. And not the cool part of the East End of London. Like, not in fucking, like, Brick Lane or anything like that, but in that weird space where it's not quite the financial district and it's not quite the cool district. It's the genuinely shitty poor, well, was the genuinely shitty poor part. I think the London Olympics changed that. I think everything got very regentrified. Well, Salem, you'll have to tell me that next time we're hanging out. Oh, and just for the record, I was a terrible bartender. Great at conversation, terrible at literally everything else. Which I'm sure you're all shocked and surprised by that nugget of information. Alright. God, how long have we been hanging out? Nearly 4 hours. I've only just come towards finishing these guys' shoulders. Blade Nora. I don't know. Looking back on it, I might have been okay at like a dive bar out here in the US. You know, the conversation and tips and all that nonsense. But I was not suited for working a corporate pub. It's weird because, like, when you think of like chain drinking establishments out here in the US, you've got like Chili's, you know. The predominant element is usually the food, and then the drinking as like a look to the camera and wink. But in the UK, we've got like fucking Young's pubs and I'm trying to remember all the big brewery names. Like, I'd have to ask. I don't know if Eagle Lives is still second screening us or what have you, but like, I hope that the drinking experience in the UK has gotten better since I've been gone, because friends, it sucked. Alright, where are my chill tunes? There we go. No. There we go. Like, hey, Final Phoenix, how are you doing, friend? Yep. Mech building after dark. How are you doing, friend? Actually, whilst I have the wherewithal to remember to do so... So I tell you what, Sadlin, we're going to do it. We're going to do the long ship running of the numpties Fall Guys edition. Alright. So jumping back. Kimball saying, can confirm the pub in Manchester is great. Well, I guess what I wanted to ask Kimball is, like, is it still how it used to be where, like, most of the pubs are, like, brewery-owned stuff? You know, like, you know, Spoons and the Young's pubs and stuff like that? Or has it gotten better since I've been gone? Because much like with video games and nerdery, expats tend to talk about their previous country of location with a it never changes and it's always like X. Well, Final Phoenix, hopefully the smooth jams and giant robots can help you get some sleep. Kyle was saying still places like that, but there's very few like that, but here it's very diverse. Okay, because I know you're in a good spot. It's like war. War never changes. Also, whatever you do, don't piss off Ron Perlman. But that's another story. Sorry, somebody overlaid his there's a lot of ways to lose your house speech over the Fallout intros. I think about that a lot. And if you haven't heard Ron Perlman's Lich from Adventure Time, then you don't know fear, and that's okay. So comes to the issues, which have smaller towns that are dying, so they're losing foot traffic. Okay. Oh, well, Final Phoenix, if you need to be awake for a couple hours, I can definitely keep you company for at least the next, 50 minutes. At least. And Dice Goddess, if sleep calls, grasp it. Get the good sleeps that I cannot. And, yeah, I hope my inane, wine-soaked prattling was a good background banter for your drawing. I hate the lighting when we do these Gundam streams because it makes me look wildly sunburned, but it's definitely lovely hanging out with all of you lot. Final Thing says their friends have been playing a lot of Exoprimal. What if dinosaurs, but oil? Alright. Oh, got that one in one. There's a satisfying click and a half there, friends. Carlo said the young person pub I went to is converted to an old man pub. That's pretty funny. Sorry, I was just having flashbacks as to being visibly queer drama students back in the day, before we had the terminology to describe ourselves fully, and how we used to drink in an old man pub because it would be empty by about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, because all the old boys would go in and get fucking destroyed and totter home by 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because British opening times are more flexible than American ones. And so yeah, we'd rock up, get ratted, sing show tunes. I'm trying to remember which pub it was in Chichester. I want to say the Harvester, but I might be hallucinating the name, because the Harvester, I believe, is also the name of a balls. It's also the name of a chain of incredibly mediocre, roast meat restaurant. Pay no attention to the man losing his shit at a Gundam. Okay, you heard the click? Don't worry, he'll defend us all with his tiny stumpy arms. Oh yes, hello, my name is Mr. the Gundam. Look at my stumpy arms. I will fight you. Once again, I make myself laugh. I hope you're all having a good time, because I am. But jumping back, Kai was saying that they would say that beer in the UK has gotten more diverse, many more local brews everywhere, and that's lovely to hear. Because, I know the tap room in Seattle was not the fucking peak of fine drinking or anything like that, but first time being taken there by some friends who worked over at Sega America who were real big beer fiends, and being introduced to a place where there's 200 beers, and that's not even the most cool kid niche spot. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up my nubbins. Blew my tiny mind. Kills me that my guts hate it when I drink beer. I just get bloaty and heartburn for days. Apparently my guts are still okay with me drinking gin and box wine, so I don't know if that's good or if that's penance. Now, what I will say, one of the funniest fucking things about being out here is seeing really shit beer sold as specialty ale. Kymble, and I guess Eagle lives if they're lurking. Boddington's is fucking expensive out here. There's a specialty beverage, and it is so expensive. I can't. Old Speckled Hen out here, delicacy, special ale prices. Like, Boddington's is the one that hurts me, because Boddington's has never been good. Okay, I think we got all of this done. Excuse me, sir, your arm scares me. Look at this. Look at these arms. Salen says, fuck you. Sometimes Old Speckled Hen is exactly what I want. And I'm very happy for you. Now, for those who don't know, so Old Speckled Hen is a mass-produced ale available in the UK. It is famous for being usually the last thing drinkable at like a house party or a barbecue or a camping or something like that. Up until I moved to the States, the only time I ever consumed Old Speckled Hen was around a bonfire at about 4 o'clock in the morning because everything else was gone and I didn't want to stop drinking. It's like, I don't know. Actually, Four Loko feels like a bad example because I would pay premium prices for Four Loko. I missed that. I never got to try it. And it's spoken with such feared reverence out here that I would. And in the UK we have Buckfast. So, you know, those are more comparable. Well, Sadlin, usually LARPing and or a couple of woodland raves I went to. One of them while I was on crutches. I think we're just going to turn this into like talk about Gundams and Natter because I'm looking at the arm construction on the next page and this is incredibly in depth and I am not drunk, but I am definitely stupid. I'm definitely stupid. Oh no, here we go. We can put together the waist. There we go. Build this guy a crotch. It's weird having this, like, stubbins. Final Phoenix, I have had barrel-aged gin, and it's very nice. I feel like with barrel-aged gin, there's less that you can do with it. Like, you don't want to just mix it with tonic and citrus and stuff like that. Like, you want to make something very specific or sip it as is. But, oh, so good. Oh, sorry, jumping back. Kymble says there's a lovely pub in Stockport that sells amazing cider. What? Kymble, sorry, Catastros. If I was ever to do like an accolades trailer, but for my dumb self, that right there is absolutely going on it. Sorry, aside from being a dingleberry about... what's that there? Oh, sorry. I'm going to do a little bit of cleaning while we're chatting. Aside from being a dingleberry about beverages from the UK, I also want to point out no one is rushing to defend Boddington's. That makes me very happy. We're kind of like rushing to defend Heineken, you know? God. Heineken, the Hershey's of beer. It never goes off because it never gets drunk. Sorry, I think I'm funny. I'm sorry. That long sigh was the thing that we were talking about, like earlier in the, well, I guess last week now. That if I had stupid money and we do long con, literally having an evening where everybody gets a cocktail made by Sean. Like, that would be so good. Because Final Phoenix, as a bourbon drinker, bourbon's the biscuit, bourbon's the booze. Sorry, dyslexic brain. The thing that Sean has done with bevies is just... So, up in Seattle proper, there's a whiskey bar called Cannon, which is very famous and very expensive. Sean has done stuff to their caliber in a fucking GameWorks, and that still blows my tiny mind. It was like a cherry wood smoked bourbon that Sean did for me one evening because he was just testing out the smoker. So good. Okay, Sadlin, if we're playing Would You Rather, I'm with Sadlin. If I have to drink a Boddington's or a Heineken, I'm taking a Boddington's. But it's the difference between like a cream nitro ale and the difference between like viciously carbonated hot piss. Like, obviously Heineken is not served hot, but it tastes like it was boiled. Like, anytime Bear Grylls says better drink my own piss, Heineken. That's all I can think of. So yeah, I'd take a Boddington's over that. Like... Like, I could struggle my way through a Boddington's. I could make jokes about the widget. I could make it through. But that Heineken, like, oh... Now, Sturdy Kiwi, I don't deny the piss flavour of Foster's. It's just... Foster's is so tragically ineffective and inoffensive that, you know, it's the wee-wee of the well-hydrated. Heineken is, like, poor diet, no vegetables, forgot to drink water, pee-pee. It's the bad times. Foster's is... Foster's is the absence of a beverage. Like, even a shanty has more value. Yeah, Sturdy, Foster's like Tui, it just doesn't have the fucking... Well, here's the thing. The Tuies and the White Claws are 5%. Foster's sure as fuck isn't. So it's like you asked for LaCroix, but instead of lime or mango, it's just a spritzing of PP. Sorry, I have strong opinions on Foster's. Final Phoenix, on the subject of beers, like, there is a great breadth and depth, and if you get the chance to be in a place that has a really good, like, tasting selection, you know, things like sours, and I know it's controversial, but the one thing you can't say about IPAs is they don't have some flavour to them, especially if you've been stuck in an area with, like, shit bland beer. And there's such a wonderful variety of things you can get. But if you don't like beers, that's cool too. You know, someone was mentioning ciders earlier. I love the fact that cider isn't just like the sweet, disappointing Strongbow. Climbos is a guy that they work with has 1,000 unique beers. I believe it. I used to hang out with Julian, and Julian's the reason I stopped playing Untapped, because I realised I'd never be able to even come close to catching him up. You know what, Sajan? OG Strongbow is just fine. For those of you in the UK, like, Strongbow's a step up from White Lightning. And it's there. It's just being in a region that has a breadth and depth of different kinds of ciders, like... Oh, Sturdy was saying that hazy IPAs are a huge trend nowadays in NZ. I understand. So Sturdy, in Dunedin we had new, like literally new. It was a local blue. Maybe streaming till 2 o'clock in the morning wasn't a smart plan. It was a local blue. A local brewery. It had this whole like cyberpunk aesthetic. It was real cool, but holy crud, like the ciders and the IPAs and the stuff they were doing was so good. And I love the fact that because they were in a small town and everyone is used to so much of the same, like they went wild with it. And sorry if I've told you this one, Sturdy Kiwi, before, but just for those of us that are newer here, New did a saltwater eel stout that was disgusting, and I'm so glad I had it. Like, there's a lot of beers that they get worse the more you drink them, and stouts usually just they get weightier as you go down, right? But this, it started as kind of like a not very pungent but very kind of punctuated flavor. It had that bready dark heap, but then it had both fish and salt as the aftertones, and you're like, this isn't awful, but okay. And by the end of it, I believe I described it as an uninvited Newcastle fish buffet. No offense to Newcastle, I just didn't know I didn't have a better term to throw to it. Like, it was so bad, and it got so much worse. But do you know what? I paid like $4 or $5 for it, and I'm still telling that story now. And I have paid more than that for movies that I have forgotten 7 times over. Does any of you remember the movie The Core? I know I've seen it. But all I could tell you is there's a guy that loves Hot Pockets. And that is it. Unobtainium, and the guy loves Hot Pockets. I've forgotten everything about that movie. But that saltwater eel stout, that stayed with me. I got my money. Salem says Seattle's version of Liguanas. Liguan. Okay, I know the beer you mean. I just can't pronounce it. Has smoked oyster stout. It's delicious. Ooh. Krill says they've scared people with mixing cider and Fireball. Tobias showed me that one, and it's basically like a affordable version of the Zabravka and apple. Forgive me if I'm pronouncing that terrible. The tired has definitely got me. But Zabravka is a buffalo grass vodka, and when mixed with either cider or like a nice cloudy apple, oh, it's delicious. But friends, what Krill is saying is no joke. If you get a dry apple cider and mix it with Fireball cinnamon whiskey, it's delicious. It's genuinely delicious. But I want to punctuate this sentence because there was one time where me and Baron von Sheep, where we mixed a rosé apple cider and gin, and it was delicious. It was inspired. And it hurt worse than so many things either of us have consumed prior or post. In our defense, we ran out of mixers. Sorry, on that subject, Sayland screaming, you don't have to use Fireball, you can just get good cinnamon schnapps and mix it with cider. Could. And Blaster Master, a good morning to you. I decided to do a little late night banter stream, and this is where we're at. Oh. And sorry to be cheesy for a second, but thank you all for coming and hanging out this evening. This was completely unplanned, completely impromptu, and the conversation in the company is very, very welcome. This right here, friends, this is my socializing. I get the occasional snippet of going out and hanging with peeps So, I really appreciate this, alright? Cheers to you. And Megaboss, you should take your meds. Okay. I'm definitely going to hang out and chat with your good selves for a little bit longer. I don't think I'm going to... Oh, sorry. Why are the tunes breaking as Will leans on the spacebar? We're about to get into the complex parts, and I considered doing the crotch, but I think I'm just going to chat with you lot. So this particular kit has this really cool thing. The hand is pre-constructed with loads of like bone joints and stuff like that, which is really cool. I've seen this on some like master grade and perfect grade stuff. I love it. But you kind of need to make sure you set it up correctly, because if you feck it up, you cut a finger off. And then you've got to like add the armor pieces after you've done the setup. And I think I need to be more rested and sober. But that's fine. Oh no, I'll have to talk to all of you lots some more. However, will I cope? It's almost like I like talking to you all. It's almost like that. Yeah. It's weird. I don't bother with beam sabers. Sorry, I was just looking over like the later pieces. And so like, this is the katana, which is fully drawable. The sword... Okay, sorry, if you weren't here last time, you're going to have to put up with me... You're going to have to put up with me... Oh, there it is. So this is the level of detail on this feckin' kit, which is why I love it. Where's the right side? Here we go. So the main weapon of this guy is just a honking great big katana, right? That's the whole red ashtray thing. It's like, it's the sword mech. Again, you don't need to watch Gundam Seed. Gundam Seed mostly sucks. The designs are great, the show, so not so much so. But this Mother Hubbard, he's got the big beefcake arms. And so, let's see if I can get it to show up on camera. Hang on. The shine of the plastic's killing it a little bit. Oh, I think you can kind of make it out a little there. So the katana has a full tang. The tang is signed by the fake blacksmith that made this fake sword. Now, I, for one, am a big nerd for details like that. Oh yeah, no. And Megaboss, absolutely. Weeb sword included with Weeb Gundam. But the irony I do find with the red ashtray is that they didn't actually embrace the whole, like, full weavery. The guy who pilots the red ashtray is just a dork. And not even like a cool dork. It's not like with Death Scythe, where they really embrace the whole, like, we're gonna make a mech and a pilot who's so edgy and cool, he does edgy cool stuff. Nah, he's just a dork. Again, Gundam Seed was a lot of people's first show, especially people based out of, I want to say like Indonesia and Hong Kong and places like that. So there's a huge fandom for it, and I never want to diss on that because, like, you know, you never forget your first giant robot show. It doesn't have to be the best, it's the one that you love, and that's fucking great. It's just, you know... Gundam Seed deserves, like, the return treatment, you know what I mean? I don't want to call it the Full Metal Alchemist treatment because, to my knowledge, Gundam Seed was never based on an original anime. Actually, that's a good question. Did they make Megas XLR kits? I kind of hope they... I mean, I've still got the Brigador kit to look forward to. I don't know if I showed you all that. I think I did. I think I did, right? Well, okay, not the last time we were drunk and hanging out. Last time we were drunk and hanging out, I was wonky donkey. But one of the previous times, you all encouraged me to do this. I picked up the miniature from Brigador. So if you can see, it's an actual like lead pewter kit. Not lead, it's actual metal pewter kit. So I'm gonna have to work out how to like paint and put this together proper. I haven't done a kit like this since Warhammer, so I don't know. What I might do is see if one, I can pick up some magnets for getting the top to rotate, and two, might try out the old slap chop method. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't judge me. I've done my time. All right, I've done my time. Final Thing says that G Gundam was there first. Hey, that's a great place to start. The irony that the show that was the counter to the things that made Gundam famous ended up becoming one of the great Gundam shows is not lost on me. Oh god, I can't believe it took us like 2 hours to just do these 2 shoulders. Well, you know what, friends? This has been a lovely little evening. I don't think I have anything much more to add or to banter on conversation-wise. Blaster Master, sorry to say hi, hello, and then skedaddle. But I think that might be where I'm at. Mainly because, like, I don't think I can do much more on this mech this evening. Like, you can see down from the picture at the bottom, like, all we've done is the shoulder parts, and there's so much more arm to go. Oh, you guessed... Well, I'll tell you what, Kindball. Next time, if you're allowed to tell your bosses and whatnot that you're not allowed to work because Will said so, I'll allow it. I do have a couple of friends who are still live, so for those of you that still need some second screen watching, I do have some potentials for you. But well, no, this has been a lovely little evening, and friends, like, seriously, thank you for your company, thank you for your conversation. Just want to make sure these friendos are still going. Okay.
Lovely little evening for sure.
Wolfcrad, you terror. Yeah, well, lovely little time travel, you know. The Longship as a whole exists on so many timelines simultaneously that, I don't know, we need almost a better language for description, but, I mean, Wolfcrad, that's $10. That's a fucking massive... That's... God, you can tell my language is just failing me. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. And on that subject, hang on, while we have the Gundam up, let me say my thank yous over mechs, and then we have a choice between Conan Exiles or The Sims. Both people very lovely, both people worth introducing you to, and both individuals I don't usually get to raid. So yeah. But to Kyber Wolf and to Virgil's Scarab, or Virgil Scarab, it was lovely to meet you both. I do hope we get to hang out and chat some more, be it indie video games, beverage nonsense, or Gundam otherwise. To Harmonious, Krill, Wolfcrad, Spiller, Varials, and Virgil, whether you were gifted a sub or celebrating 57 months. Thank you. Hookshot, thank you for the donation. Spooky games are now abound. And to Wolfcrad, Legend of Morad, Kindball, Akira Zero, Catastros, and Thrain, like, seriously. Again, bits and donations is what keep us going, so thank you. Your moderator this evening was Lizzie Tapau, and thank you to both Chorby and Night Valen for raids. Just keeping it going. No, Fred, I hit like a bit of a natural stopping point. So Actually, I say it. So I want to make a mildly executive decision. All right. I know The Sims isn't something I would usually raid into, but the individual in question who's currently playing The Sims is only playing it for 11 people. They are an industry. They are a lovely industry individual, and I believe that this person is responsible for the Twitch New Zealand community. So that feels kind of apt, you know? Plus, like I said, they're only streaming to like 11 people right now, and my other friendo, who is very, very funny, is streaming to 300. So, like, I know it's not the way to win at Twitch, but I always try and make sure that we're streaming to, you know, to other peeps, you know? Peeps are good. Anyway, let me just introduce you, alright? Ah. Oh. Well, that... Okay, sorry. To Winter Gunpla, it is lovely to make your acquaintance. We've gotten this far on Beefcake Arms, and I was just trying to find an individual to raid into. However, I've made an executive decision, and this particular person doesn't allow me to raid. So... Fuck me, I guess. I want to introduce you to cool industry people, and they're like, no. Alright, I'll pass you over to my good buddy Alex. Alex or... Oh yeah, Winter Gunpla. The Astray Mr. Chonk Arms. Abso-feckin-lutely. So, Winter Gunpla, I'm based in Seattle time. So, usually I'd be streaming from about, like, noon to 2 p.m. Seattle time or Pacific time. A myriad of indie games industry nonsense. But let me just show you. I'm kind of about that whole mech life. So I've done some airbrushing, I've done some custom builds, I've done a whole bunch of nonsense. So I wanted to say that because I'm going to be passing you over to a good friend of mine, but like please come on by for regular streams and I will talk your ear off about indie game nonsense and or giant robots. Sorry, friends. You know, it's that time of the evening where I just want to make sure that I'm looking after people and not being completely an idiot. Right. So, friendos, I'm going to pass you over to Octopimp. A ridiculous name, but a very good friend of mine. Alex is a voice actor of renown. He's been in, like, Guilty Gear and Boyfriend Dungeon and a whole bunch of stuff. And he's a really fucking cool guy, and he's looked after me a whole bunch, so yeah. That's where we're gonna go next. But yeah, thank you for the company, thank you for the conversation. I'm gonna pour myself a bit more wine, clean up the flat, and then go to bed. It's bedtime for me. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your day, evening, or otherwise. And I am still bad at ending streams. Well, it's because I don't want to leave. It's like, I have that vibe for like, okay, this is when the stream should come to an end, but I'm also like that sugared up child at a birthday party, and even though they're closing the venue and turn the lights on, they still want to keep partying. I'm that. Well then, Winter Gunpla, this will not be the last time we talk about giant robots, alright? But you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a lovely rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow for Deliver Us the Moon, and we'll go from there. So good night, friends, and have a lovely one. It's time for Bionicles.